Order and justice could not be maintained, and men would run from their wives and abandon their children, mix confusedly with one another, and neither families be kept entire, nor inheritances be settled by legal descent. R.C. You talk like a civilian, Will. Could you make her understand what you meant by inheritance and families? They know no such things among the savages, but marry anyhow, without regard to relation, consanguinity, or family, brother and sister, nay, as I have been told, even the father and the daughter, and the son and the mother. I believe, sir, you are misinformed, and my wife assures me of the contrary, and that they abhor it, perhaps. For any further relations, they may not be so exact as we are, but she tells me never in the near relationship you speak of. R. See well, what did she say to what you told her? W. She said she liked it very well, as it was much better than in her country. R. See, but did you tell her what marriage was? W.A. Aye, there began our dialogue. I asked her if she would be married to me our way. She asked me what way that was. I told her marriage was appointed by God, and here we had a strange talk together. Indeed, as ever man and wife had, I believe. N.B. This dialogue between Will Atkins and his wife, which I took down in writing just after he told it me, was as follows. Wife appointed by your God, why have you a God in your country? W. Yes, my dear, God is in every country. Wife. Know your God in my country. My country have the great old Benamuckee God. W.A. Child, I am very unfit to show you who God is. God is in heaven, and made the heaven and the earth, the sea and all that in them is. Wife, no Mackie to earth, know you God Mackie all earth. No Mackie my country. Will Atkins laughed a little at her expression of God not making her country. Wife. No laugh, why laugh me, this no ting to laugh. He was justly reproved by his wife, for she was more serious than he at first. W.A. That's true. Indeed, I will not laugh any more, my dear. Wife, why you say you God Mackie all? W.A. Yes, child, our God made the whole world, and you and me and all things. For he is the only true God, and there is no God but him. He lives forever in heaven. Wife, why you no tell me long ago? W.A. That's true, indeed. But I have been a wicked wretch, and have not only forgotten to acquaint thee with anything before, but have lived without God in the world myself. Wife, what, have you a great God in your country? You know him, no say to him, no do good ting for him, that no possible. W. It is true, though for all that, we live as if there was no God in heaven, or that he had no power on earth. Wife, but why God let you do so? Why he no Mackie you good live? W. It is all our own fault. Wife, but you say me he is great, much great. Have much great power, can Mackie kill when he will. Why he no Mackie kill when you no serve him? No say to him. No be good mans. W.A. That is true, he might strike me dead. And I ought to expect it, for I have been a wicked wretch, that is true. But God is merciful, and does not deal with us as we deserve. Wife, but then do you not tell God thank ye for that too? No, indeed. I have not thanked God for his mercy, any more than I have feared God from his power. Wife, then you God no God, me no think. Believe he be such one, great much power strong. No Mackie kill you, though you make him much angry. What? Will my wicked life hinder you from believing in God? What a dreadful creature am I, and what a sad truth is it, that the horrid lives of Christians hinder the conversion of heathens. Wife, how me tink you have great much God up there, and yet no do well, no do good ting. Can he tell? Sure he no tell what you do. Yes, yes. He knows and sees all things. He hears us speak, sees what we do, knows what we think though we do not speak. Wife, what he no hear you curse, swear, speak de great damn. Yes, yes, he hears it all. Wife, where be then the much great power strong? He is merciful, that is all we can say for it. And this proves him to be the true God. He is God, and not man, and therefore we are not consumed. Here Will Atkins told us he was struck with horror to think how he could tell his wife so clearly that God sees, and hears, and knows the secret thoughts of the heart, and all that we do, and yet that he had dared to do all the vile things he had done. Wife, merciful, what you call dat? He is our Father and Maker, and he pities and spares us. Wife, so then he never Mackie kill, never angry when you do wicked, then he no good himself. Or no great able. Yes, yes, my dear. He is infinitely good and infinitely great, and able to punish too, and sometimes to show his justice and vengeance. He lets fly his anger to destroy sinners and make examples. Many are cut off in their sins. Wife, but no Mackie kill you yet. Then he tell you, maybe, that he no Mackie you kill. So you Mackie the bargain with him, you do bad thing. He no be angry at you when he be angry at other mans. No. Indeed, my sins are all presumptions upon his goodness, and he would be infinitely just if he destroyed me, as he has done other men. Wife, well, and yet no kill, no Mackie you dead. What you say to him for that, you no tell him thanky for all that too. I am an unthankful, ungrateful dog, that is true. Wife, why he no Mackie you much good better, you say he Mackie you. He made me as he made all the world. It is I have deformed myself and abused his goodness, and made myself an abominable wretch. Wife, I wish you Mackie God know me. I know Mackie him angry I no do bad wicked thing. Here Will Atkins said his heart sunk within him to hear a poor untaught creature desire to be taught to know God, and he such a wicked wretch, that he could not say one word to her about God, but what the reproach of his own carriage would make most irrational to her to believe. Nay, that already she had told him that she could not believe in God, because he, that was so wicked, was not destroyed. My dear, you mean. You wish I could teach you to know God, not God to know you, for he knows you already, and every thought in your heart. Wife, why then he know what I say to you now? He know me wish to know him. How shall me know who Mackie me? Poor creature, he must teach thee. I cannot teach thee. I will pray to him to teach thee to know him, and forgive me that am unworthy to teach thee. The poor fellow was in such an agony at her desiring him to make her know God, and her wishing to know him, that he said he fell down on his knees before her, and prayed to God to enlighten her mind with the saving knowledge of Jesus Christ, and to pardon his sins, and accept of his being the unworthy instrument of instructing her in the principles of religion, after which he sat down by her again. And their dialogue went on. This was the time when we saw him kneel down and hold up his hands. Wife, what you put down the knee for? What you hold up the hand for? What you say, who you speak to, what is all that? W. My dear, I bow my knees in token of my submission to him that made me. I said, O to him, as you call it, and as your old men do to their idol Benamucky. That is, I prayed to him. Wife, what say you owe to him for? W.A. I prayed to him to open your eyes and your understanding, that you may know him and be accepted by him. Wife. Can he do that too? W.A. Yes, he can. He can do all things. Wife, but now he hear what you say. W.A. Yes, he has bid us pray to him and promised to hear us. Wife, bid you pray. When he bid you, how he bid you, what you hear him speak. W.A. No, we do not hear him speak, but he has revealed himself many ways to us. Here he was at a great loss to make her understand that God has revealed himself to us by his word, and what his word was. But at last he told it to her thus. W.A. God has spoken to some good men in former days, even from heaven, by plain words, and God has inspired good men by his Spirit, and they have written all his laws down in a book. Wife, me no understand that. Where is book? W.A. Alas, my poor creature, I have not this book, but I hope I shall one time or other get it for you, and help you to read it. Here he embraced her with great affection, but with inexpressible grief that he had not a Bible. Wife, but how you make me know that God teach ye them to write that book? W.A. By the same rule that we know him to be God. Wife, what rule, what way you know him? W.A. Because he teaches and commands nothing, but what is good, righteous, and holy, and tends to make us perfectly good, as well as perfectly happy. And because he forbids and commands us to avoid all that is wicked, that is evil in itself, or evil in its consequence. Wife, that me would understand, that me fain see. If he teach ye all good thing, he make ye all good thing. He give all thing, he hear me when I say O to him, as you do just now. He make me good if I wish to be good. He spare me, no make he kill me when I know be good. All this you say he do, yet he be great God. Me take think, believe him to be great God. Me say O to him with you, my dear. Here the poor man could forbear no longer, but raised her up, made her kneel by him, and he prayed to God aloud to instruct her in the knowledge of himself, by his Spirit, and that by some good providence, if possible, she might some time or other come to have a Bible, that she might read the Word of God, and be taught by it to know him. This was the time that we saw him lift her up by the hand, and saw him kneel down by her, as above. They had several other discourses, it seems, after this, and particularly she made him promise that, since he confessed his own life had been a wicked, abominable course of provocations against God, that he would reform it, and not make God angry any more, lest he should make him dead, as she called it, and then she would be left alone, and never be taught to know this God better, and lest he should be miserable, as he had told her wicked men would be after death. This was a strange account, and very affecting to us both, but particularly to the young clergyman. He was, indeed, wonderfully surprised with it, but under the greatest affliction imaginable that he could not talk to her, that he could not speak English to make her understand him, and as she spoke but very broken English, he could not understand her. However, he turned himself to me, and told me that he believed that there must be more to do with this woman than to marry her. I did not understand him at first, but at length he explained himself, viz., that she ought to be baptized. I agreed with him in that part readily, and wished it to be done presently. No, no, hold, sir, says he, though I would have her be baptized, by all means, for I must observe that Will Atkins, her husband, has indeed brought her, in a wonderful manner, to be willing to embrace a religious life, and has given her just ideas of the being of a God, of his power, justice, and mercy. Yet I desire to know of him if he has said anything to her of Jesus Christ, and of the salvation of sinners, of the nature of faith in him, and redemption by him, of the Holy Spirit, the resurrection, the last judgment, and the future state. I called Will Atkins again, and asked him, but the poor fellow fell immediately into tears, and told us he had said something to her of all those things, but that he was himself so wicked a creature, and his own conscience so reproached him with his horrid, ungodly life, that he trembled at the apprehensions that her knowledge of him should lessen the attention she should give to those things, and make her rather contemn religion than receive it. But he was assured, he said, that her mind was so disposed to receive due impressions of all those things, and that if I would but discourse with her, she would make it appear to my satisfaction that my labor would not be lost upon her. Accordingly, I called her in, and placing myself as interpreter between my religious priest and the woman, I entreated him to begin with her. But sure such a sermon was never preached by a popish priest in these latter ages of the world. And as I told him, I thought he had all the zeal, all the knowledge, all the sincerity of a Christian, without the error of a Roman Catholic, and that I took him to be such a clergyman, as the Roman bishops were before the Church of Rome, assumed spiritual sovereignty over the consciences of men. In a word, he brought the poor woman to embrace the knowledge of Christ and of redemption by him, not with wonder and astonishment only, as she did the first notions of a God, but with joy and faith, with an affection, and a surprising degree of understanding, scarce to be imagined, much less to be expressed, and, at her own request, she was baptized. When he was preparing to baptize her, I entreated him that he would perform that office with some caution, that the man might not perceive he was of the Roman Church. If possible, because of other ill consequences which might attend a difference among us in that very religion which we were instructing the other in. He told me that, as he had no consecrated chapel, nor proper things for the office, I should see he would do it in a manner that I should not know by it that he was a Roman Catholic myself, if I had not known it before, and so he did. For saying only some words over to himself in Latin, which I could not understand, he poured a whole dishful of water upon the woman's head, pronouncing in French, very loud, Mary, which was the name her husband desired me to give her, for I was her godfather. I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, so that none could know anything by it what religion he was of. He gave the benediction afterwards in Latin, but either Will Atkins did not know but it was French, or else did not take notice of it at that time. As soon as this was over, we married them, and after the marriage was over, he turned to Will Atkins, and in a very affectionate manner exhorted him not only to persevere in that good disposition he was in, but to support the convictions that were upon him by a resolution to reform his life, told him it was in vain to say he repented if he did not forsake his crimes, represented to him how God had honored him with being the instrument of bringing his wife to the knowledge of the Christian religion, and that he should be careful he did not dishonor the grace of God, and that if he did, he would see the heathen a better Christian than himself. The savage converted and the instrument cast away, he said a great many good things to them both, and then, recommending them to God's goodness, gave them the benediction again, I repeating everything to them in English. And thus ended the ceremony. I think it was the most pleasant and agreeable day to me that ever I passed in my whole life, but my clergyman had not done yet. His thoughts hung continually upon the conversion of the 37 savages, and fain be would have stayed upon the island to have undertaken it. But I convinced him first that his undertaking was impracticable in itself, and, secondly, that perhaps I would put it into a way of being done in his absence, to his satisfaction. Having thus brought the affairs of the island to a narrow compass, I was preparing to go on board the ship, when the young man I had taken out of the famished ship's company came to me, and told me he understood I had a clergyman with me, and that I had caused the Englishmen to be married to the savages, that he had a match too, which he desired might be finished before I went, between two Christians, which he hoped would not be disagreeable to me. I knew this must be the young woman who was his mother's servant, for there was no other Christian woman on the island. So I began to persuade him not to do anything of that kind rashly, or because he found himself in this solitary circumstance. I represented to him that he had some considerable substance in the world and good friends. As I understood by himself, and the maid also, that the maid was not only poor and a servant, but was unequal to him, she being 6 or 7 and 20 years old, and he not above 17 or 18, that he might very probably, with my assistance, make a remove from this wilderness, and come into his own country again, and that then it would be 1,000 to 1, but he would repent his choice. And the dislike of that circumstance might be disadvantageous to both. I was going to say more, but he interrupted me, smiling, and told me with a great deal of modesty that I mistook in my guesses that he had nothing of that kind in his thoughts. And he was very glad to hear that I had an intent of putting them in a way to see their own country again, and nothing should have made him think of staying there, but that the voyage I was going was so exceeding long and hazardous, and would carry him quite out of the reach of all his friends, that he had nothing to desire of me, but that I would settle him in some little property in the island where he was, give him a servant or two, and some few necessaries, and he would live here like a planter, waiting the good time when, if ever I returned to England, I would redeem him. He hoped I would not be unmindful of him when I came to England, that he would give me some letters to his friends in London, to let them know how good I had been to him, and in what part of the world, and what circumstances I had left him in. And he promised me that whenever I redeemed him, the plantation, and all the improvements he had made upon it, let the value be what it would, should be wholly mine. His discourse was very prettily delivered, considering his youth, and was the more agreeable to me, because he told me positively the match was not for himself. I gave him all possible assurances that if I lived to come safe to England, I would deliver his letters and do his business effectually, and that he might depend I should never forget the circumstances I had left him in. But still I was impatient to know who was the person to be married, upon which he told me it was my jack-of-all-trades and his maid Susan. I was most agreeably surprised when he named the match, for indeed I thought it very suitable. The character of that man I have given already, and as for the maid, she was a very honest, modest, sober, and religious young woman, had a very good share of sense, was agreeable enough in her person, spoke very handsomely and to the purpose, always with decency and good manners, and was neither too backward to speak when requisite, nor impertinently forward when it was not her business, very handy and housewifely, and an excellent manager, fit indeed to have been governess to the whole island, and she knew very well how to behave in every respect. The match being proposed in this manner, we married them the same day. And as I was father at the altar and gave her away, so I gave her a portion, for I appointed her and her husband a handsome large space of ground for their plantation. And indeed this match, and the proposal the young gentleman made to give him a small property in the island, put me upon parceling it out amongst them, that they might not quarrel afterwards about their situation. This sharing out the land to them I left to Will Atkins, who was now grown a sober, grave, managing fellow, perfectly reformed, exceedingly pious and religious, and, as far as I may be allowed to speak positively in such a case, I verily believe he was a true penitent. He divided things so justly, and so much to every one's satisfaction, that they only desired one general writing under my hand for the whole, which I caused to be drawn up, and signed and sealed, setting out the bounds and situation of every man's plantation, and testifying that I gave them thereby severally a right to the whole possession and inheritance of the respective plantations or farms, with their improvements, to them and their heirs, reserving all the rest of the island as my own property, and a certain rent for every particular plantation after 11 years. If I or anyone from me, or in my name, came to demand it, producing an attested copy of the same writing, as to the government and laws among them, I told them I was not capable of giving them better rules than they were able to give themselves. Only I made them promise me to live in love and good neighborhood with one another, and so I prepared to leave them. One thing I must not omit, and that is, that being now settled in a kind of commonwealth among themselves, and having much business in hand, it was odd to have 37 Indians live in a nook of the island, independent, and indeed unemployed, for except the providing themselves food, which they had difficulty enough to do sometimes, they had no manner of business or property to manage. I proposed, therefore, to the governor Spaniard that he should go to them with Friday's father and propose to them to remove, and either plant for themselves, or be taken into their several families as servants to be maintained for their labor, but without being absolute slaves. For I would not permit them to make them slaves by force, by any means, because they had their liberty given them by capitulation, as it were articles of surrender, which they ought not to break. They most willingly embraced the proposal, and came all very cheerfully along with him. So we allotted them land and plantations, which 3 or 4 accepted of, but all the rest chose to be employed as servants in the several families we had settled. Thus my colony was in a manner settled as follows. The Spaniards possessed my original habitation, which was the capital city, and extended their plantations all along the side of the brook, which made the creek that I have so often described, as far as my bower, and as they increased their culture, it went always eastward. The English lived in the northeast part, where Will Atkins and his comrades began, and came on southward and southwest, towards the back part of the Spaniards, and every plantation had a great addition of land to take in, if they found occasion, so that they need not jostle one another for want of room. All the east end of the island was left uninhabited, that if any of the savages should come on shore there only for their customary barbarities, they might come and go. If they disturbed nobody, nobody would disturb them, and no doubt but they were often ashore, and went away again, for I never heard that the planters were ever attacked or disturbed any more. Chapter VIISAILS from the island. For the Brazils, it now came into my thoughts that I had hinted to my friend the clergyman that the work of converting the savages might perhaps be set on foot in his absence to his satisfaction. And I told him that now I thought that it was put in a fair way, for the savages, being thus divided among the Christians, if they would but every one of them do their part with those which came under their hands, I hoped it might have a very good effect. He agreed presently in that if they did their part. But how, says he, shall we obtain that of them? I told him we would call them all together, and leave it in charge with them, or go to them one by one, which he thought best. So we divided it, he to speak to the Spaniards, who were all papists, and I to speak to the English, who were all Protestants, and we recommended it earnestly to them, and made them promise that they would never make any distinction of Papist or Protestant in their exhorting the savages to turn Christians, but teach them the general knowledge of the true God and of their Savior Jesus Christ. And they likewise promised us that they would never have any differences or disputes one with another about religion. When I came to Will Atkins's house, I found that the young woman I have mentioned above and Will Atkins's wife were become intimates, and this prudent, religious young woman had perfected the work Will Atkins had begun, and though it was not above 4 days after what I have related, yet the new baptized savage woman was made such a Christian as I have seldom heard of in all my observation or conversation in the world. It came next into my mind, in the morning before I went to them, that amongst all the needful things I had to leave with them, I had not left them a Bible, in which I showed myself less considering for them than my good friend, the widow, was for me, when she sent me the cargo of £100 from Lisbon, where she packed up 3 Bibles and a prayer book. However, the good woman's charity had a greater extent than ever she imagined, for they were reserved for the comfort and instruction of those that made much better use of them than I had done. I took one of the Bibles in my pocket, and when I came to Will Atkins's tent or house, and found the young woman and Atkins's baptized wife had been discoursing of religion together for, Will Atkins told it me with a great deal of joy. I asked if they were together now, and he said, yes, so I went into the house and he with me, and we found them together very earnest in discourse. "Oh, sir," says Will Atkins, "when God has sinners to reconcile to himself and aliens to bring home, he never wants a messenger. My wife has got a new instructor. I knew I was unworthy, as I was incapable of that work. That young woman has been sent hither from heaven. She is enough to convert a whole island of savages." The young woman blushed and rose up to go away, but I desired her to sit still. I told her she had a good work upon her hands, and I hoped God would bless her in it. We talked a little, and I did not perceive that they had any book among them, though I did not ask. But I put my hand into my pocket and pulled out my Bible. "Here," said I to Atkins, "I have brought you an assistant that perhaps you had not before. The man was so confounded that he was not able to speak for some time, but, recovering himself, he takes it with both his hands and turning to his wife, "Here, my dear," says he, "did not I tell you our God, though he lives above, could hear what we have said? Here's the book I prayed for when you and I kneeled down under the bush. Now God has heard us and sent it." When he had said so, the man fell into such passionate transports that between the joy of having it and giving God thanks for it, the tears ran down his face like a child that was crying. The woman was surprised and was like to have run into a mistake that none of us were aware of, for she firmly believed God had sent the book upon her husband's petition. It is true that providentially it was so, and might be taken so in a consequent sense, but I believe it would have been no difficult matter at that time to have persuaded the poor woman to have believed that an express messenger came from heaven on purpose to bring that individual book. But it was too serious a matter to suffer any delusion to take place, so I turned to the young woman and told her we did not desire to impose upon the new convert in her first and more ignorant understanding of things, and begged her to explain to her that God may be very properly said to answer our petitions when, in the course of his providence, such things are in a particular manner brought to pass as we petitioned for, but we did not expect returns from heaven in a miraculous and particular manner. And it is a mercy that it is not so. This the young woman did afterwards effectually, so that there was no priestcraft used here. And I should have thought it one of the most unjustifiable frauds in the world to have had it so. But the effect upon Will Atkins is really not to be expressed. And there, we may be sure, was no delusion. Sure, no man was ever more thankful in the world for anything of its kind than he was for the Bible. Nor, I believe, never any man was glad of a Bible from a better principle. And though he had been a most profligate creature, headstrong, furious, and desperately wicked, yet this man is a standing rule to us all for the well-instructing children, viz., that parents should never give over to teach and instruct, nor ever despair of the success of their endeavors. Let the children be ever so refractory, or to appearance insensible to instruction. For if ever God in his providence touches the conscience of such, the force of their education turns upon them, and the early instruction of parents is not lost, though it may have been many years laid asleep. But some time or other they may find the benefit of it. Thus it was with this poor man. However ignorant he was of religion and Christian knowledge, he found he had some to do with now more ignorant than himself, and that the least part of the instruction of his good father that now came to his mind was of use to him. Among the rest, it occurred to him, he said, how his father used to insist so much on the inexpressible value of the Bible, and the privilege and blessing of it to nations, families, and persons, but he never entertained the least notion of the worth of it till now, when, being to talk to heathens, savages, and barbarians, He wanted the help of the written oracle for his assistance. The young woman was glad of it also for the present occasion, though she had one, and so had the youth on board our ship among their goods, which were not yet brought on shore. And now, having said so many things of this young woman, I cannot omit telling one story more of her and myself, which has something in it very instructive and remarkable. I have related to what extremity the poor young woman was reduced, how her mistress was starved to death, and died on board that unhappy ship we met at sea, and how the whole ship's company was reduced to the last extremity. The gentlewoman and her son, and this maid, were first hardly used as to provisions, and at last totally neglected and starved, that is to say, brought to the last extremity of hunger. One day, being discoursing with her on the extremities they suffered, I asked her if she could describe, by what she had felt, what it was to starve and how it appeared. She said she believed she could, and told her tale very distinctly thus. First, we had for some days fared exceedingly hard, and suffered very great hunger. But at last we were wholly without food of any kind except sugar, and a little wine and water. The first day after I had received no food at all, I found myself towards evening empty and sick at the stomach, and nearer night much inclined to yawning and sleep. I lay down on the couch in the great cabin to sleep, and slept about 3 hours, and awaked a little refreshed, having taken a glass of wine when I lay down, after being about 3 hours awake. It being about 5 o'clock in the morning, I found myself empty, and my stomach sickish, and lay down again, but could not sleep at all, being very faint and ill. And thus I continued all the second day with a strange variety, first hungry, then sick again with retchings to vomit, the second night, being obliged to go to bed again without any food more than a draught of fresh water, and being asleep, I dreamed I was at Barbados, and that the market was mightily stocked with provisions, that I bought some for my mistress, and went and dined very heartily. I thought my stomach was full after this, as it would have been after a good dinner. But when I awaked, I was exceedingly sunk in my spirits to find myself in the extremity of family. The last glass of wine we had I drank, and put sugar in it, because of its having some spirit to supply nourishment, but there being no substance in the stomach for the digesting office to work upon. I found the only effect of the wine was to raise disagreeable fumes from the stomach into the head, and I lay, as they told me, stupid and senseless as one drunk for some time. The third day in the morning, after a night of strange, confused, and inconsistent dreams, and rather dozing than sleeping, I awaked ravenous and furious with hunger, and I question, had not my understanding returned and conquered it, whether if I had been a mother, and had had a little child with me, its life would have been safe or not. This lasted about 3 hours, during which time I was twice raging mad as any creature in Bedlam, as my young master told me, and as he can now inform you. In one of these fits of lunacy or distraction, I fell down and struck my face against the corner of a pallet bed in which my mistress lay, and with the blow the blood gushed out of my nose, and the cabin boy bringing me a little basin, I sat down and bled into it a great deal, and as the blood came from me, I came to myself, and the violence of the flame or fever I was in abated, and so did the ravenous part of the hunger. Then I grew sick, and retched to vomit, but could not, for I had nothing in my stomach to bring up. After I had bled some time, I swooned, and they all believed I was dead. But I came to myself soon after, and then had a most dreadful pain in my stomach, not to be described, not like the colic, but a gnawing, eager pain for food, and towards night it went off with a kind of earnest wishing or longing for food. I took another draught of water with sugar in it, but my stomach loathed the sugar and brought it all up again. Then I took a draught of water without sugar, and that stayed with me, and I laid me down upon the bed, praying most heartily that it would please God to take me away, and composing my mind in hopes of it, I slumbered a while, and then waking, thought myself dying, being light with vapors from an empty stomach. I recommended my soul then to God, and then earnestly wished that somebody would throw me into the sea. All this while my mistress lay by me just, as I thought, expiring, but she bore it with much more patience than I, and gave the last bit of bread she had left to her child, my young master, who would not have taken it, but she obliged him to eat it, and I believe it saved his life. Towards the morning I slept again, and when I awoke I fell into a violent passion of crying, and after that had a second fit of violent hunger. I got up ravenous, and in a most dreadful condition, and once or twice I was going to bite my own arm. At last I saw the basin in which was the blood I had bled at my nose the day before. I ran to it, and swallowed it with such haste, and such a greedy appetite, as if I wondered nobody had taken it before, and afraid it should be taken from me now. After it was down, though the thoughts of it filled me with horror, yet it checked the fit of hunger, and I took another draught of water, and was composed and refreshed for some hours after. This was the fourth day, and this I kept up till towards night, when, within the compass of 3 hours, I had all the several circumstances over again, one after another, viz., sick, sleepy, eagerly hungry, pain in the stomach, then ravenous again, then sick, then lunatic, then crying, then ravenous again, and so every quarter of an hour, and my strength wasted exceedingly. At night I lay me down, having no comfort but in the hope that I should die before morning. All this night I had no sleep, but the hunger was now turned into a disease, and I had a terrible colic and griping, by wind instead of food having found its way into the bowels. And in this condition I lay till morning, when I was surprised by the cries and lamentations of my young master, who called out to me that his mother was dead. I lifted myself up a little, for I had not strength to rise, but found she was not dead. though she was able to give very little signs of life. I had then such convulsions in my stomach, for want of some sustenance, as I cannot describe, with such frequent throes and pangs of appetite as nothing but the tortures of death can imitate. And in this condition I was when I heard the seamen above cry out, "A sail, a sail," and halloo and jump about as if they were distracted. I was not able to get off from the bed, and my mistress much less. And my young master was so sick that I thought he had been expiring, so we could not open the cabin door or get any account what it was that occasioned such confusion. Nor had we had any conversation with the ship's company for 12 days, they having told us that they had not a mouthful of anything to eat in the ship. And this they told us afterwards, they thought we had been dead. It was this dreadful condition we were in when you were sent to save our lives. And how you found us, sir, you know as well as I, and better too. This was her own relation, and is such a distinct account of starving to death, as I confess I never met with, and was exceeding instructive to me. I am the rather apt to believe it to be a true account, because the youth gave me an account of a good part of it. Though I must own, not so distinct and so feeling as the maid, and the rather, because it seems his mother fed him at the price of her own life. But the poor maid, whose constitution was stronger than that of her mistress, who was in years, and a weakly woman too, might struggle harder with it. Nevertheless, she might be supposed to feel the extremity something sooner than her mistress, who might be allowed to keep the last bit something longer than she parted with any to relieve her maid. No question, as the case is here related. If our ship or some other had not so providentially met them, but a few days more would have ended all their lives. I now return to my disposition of things among the people. And first, it is to be observed here, that for many reasons, I did not think fit to let them know anything of the sloop I had framed, and which I thought of setting up among them. For I found, at least at my first coming, such seeds of division among them that I saw plainly, had I set up the sloop, and left it among them, they would, upon every light disgust, have separated and gone away from one another, or perhaps have turned pirates, and so made the island a den of thieves, instead of a plantation of sober and religious people, as I intended it. Nor did I leave the 2 pieces of brass cannon that I had on board, or the extra 2 quarter-deck guns that my nephew had provided. For the same reason, I thought it was enough to qualify them for a defensive war against any that should invade them, but not to set them up for an offensive war or to go abroad to attack others, which, in the end, would only bring ruin and destruction upon them. I reserved the sloop, therefore, and the guns, for their service another way, as I shall observe in its place. Having now done with the island, I left them all in good circumstances and in a flourishing condition, and went on board my ship again on the 6th of May, having been about 25 days among them. And as they were all resolved to stay upon the island till I came to remove them, I promised to send them further relief from the Brazils. If I could possibly find an opportunity, I particularly promised to send them some cattle, such as sheep, hogs, and cows. As to the 2 cows and calves which I brought from England, we had been obliged, by the length of our voyage, to kill them at sea for want of hay to feed them. The next day, giving them a salute of 5 guns at parting, we set sail and arrived at the Bay of All Saints in the Brazils in about 22 days, meeting nothing remarkable in our passage but this, that about 3 days after we had sailed, being becalmed, and the current setting strong to the ENE, running, as it were, into a bay or gulf on the land side, we were driven something out of our course, and once or twice our men cried out, "Land to the eastward." But whether it was the continent or islands we could not tell by any means. But the third day, towards evening, the sea smooth, and the weather calm, we saw the sea as it were covered towards the land with something very black. Not being able to discover what it was till after some time, our chief mate, going up the main shrouds a little way, and looking at them with a perspective, cried out it was an army. I could not imagine what he meant by an army, and thwarted him a little hastily. "Nay, sir," says he, "don't be angry, for 'tis an army, and a fleet too, for I believe there are 1,000 canoes, and you may see them paddle along, for they are coming towards us apace." I was a little surprised then, indeed, and so was my nephew the captain, for he had heard such terrible stories of them in the island, and having never been in those seas before, that he could not tell what to think of it, but said, 2 or 3 times, we should all be devoured. I must confess, considering we were becalmed, and the current set strong towards the shore, I liked it the worse. However, I bade them not be afraid, but bring the ship to an anchor as soon as we came so near as to know that we must engage them. The weather continued calm, and they came on apace towards us, so I gave orders to come to an anchor and furl all our sails. As for the savages, I told them they had nothing to fear but fire, and therefore they should get their boats out, and fasten them, one close by the head and the other by the stern, and man them both well, and wait the issue in that posture. This I did, that the men in the boats might be ready with sheets and buckets to put out any fire these savages might endeavor to fix to the outside of the ship. In this posture we lay by for them, and in a little while they came up with us. But never was such a horrid sight seen by Christians. Though my mate was much mistaken in his calculation of their number, yet when they came up, we reckoned about 126 canoes. Some of them had 16 or 17 men in them, and some more, and the least 6 or 7. When they came nearer to us, they seemed to be struck with wonder and astonishment, as at a sight which doubtless they had never seen before, nor could they at first, as we afterwards understood, know what to make of us. They came boldly up, however, very near to us, and seemed to go about to row round us. But we called to our men in the boats not to let them come too near them. This very order brought us to an engagement with them without our designing it, for 5 or 6 of the large canoes came so near our longboat that our men beckoned with their hands to keep them back, which they understood very well and went back. But at their retreat, about 50 arrows came on board us from those boats, and one of our men in the longboat was very much wounded. However, I called to them not to fire by any means, but we handed down some deal boards into the boat, and the carpenter presently set up a kind of fence, like waste boards, to cover them from the arrows of the savages, if they should shoot again. About half an hour afterwards, they all came up in a body astern of us, and so near that we could easily discern what they were, though we could not tell their design, and I easily found they were some of my old friends, the same sort of savages that I had been used to engage with. In a short time more they rowed a little farther out to sea, till they came directly broadside with us, and then rowed down straight upon us, till they came so near that they could hear us speak. Upon this, I ordered all my men to keep close, lest they should shoot any more arrows, and made all our guns ready. But being so near as to be within hearing, I made Friday go out upon the deck, and call out aloud to them in his language, to know what they meant, whether they understood him or not, that I knew not. But as soon as he had called to them, 6 of them, who were in the foremost or nighest boat to us, turned their canoes from us, and stooping down, showed us their naked backs. Whether this was a defiance or challenge we knew not, or whether it was done in mere contempt, or as a signal to the rest. But immediately Friday cried out they were going to shoot, and unhappily for him, poor fellow, they let fly about 300 of their arrows, and to my inexpressible grief killed poor Friday, no other man being in their sight. The poor fellow was shot with no less than 3 arrows, and about 3 more fell very near him. Such unlucky marksmen they were. I was so annoyed at the loss of my old trusty servant and companion that I immediately ordered 5 guns to be loaded with small shot, and 4 with great, and gave them such a broadside as they had never heard in their lives before. They were not above half a cable's length off when we fired, and our gunners took their aim so well that 3 or 4 of their canoes were overset, as we had reason to believe, by 1 shot only. The ill manners of turning up their bare backs to us gave us no great offense. Neither did I know for certain whether that which would pass for the greatest contempt among us might be understood so by them or not. Therefore, in return, I had only resolved to have fired 4 or 5 guns at them with powder only, which I knew would frighten them sufficiently. But when they shot at us directly with all the fury they were capable of, and especially as they had killed my poor Friday, whom I so entirely loved and valued, and who, indeed, so well deserved it, I thought myself not only justifiable before God and man, but would have been very glad if I could have overset every canoe there, and drowned every one of them. I can neither tell how many we killed, nor how many we wounded at this broadside. But sure such a fright and hurry never were seen among such a multitude. There were 13 or 14 of their canoes split and overset in all, and the men all set a-swimming. The rest, frightened out of their wits, scoured away as fast as they could, taking but little care to save those whose boats were split or spoiled with our shot. So I suppose that many of them were lost. And our men took up one poor fellow swimming for his life, above an hour after they were all gone. The small shot from our cannon must needs kill and wound a great many, but in short, we never knew how it went with them, for they fled so fast that in 3 hours or thereabouts we could not see above 3 or 4 straggling canoes, nor did we ever see the rest any more. For a breeze of wind springing up the same evening, we weighed and set sail for the Brazils. We had a prisoner, indeed, but the creature was so sullen that he would neither eat nor speak, and we all fancied he would starve himself to death. But I took away to cure him, for I had made them take him and turn him into the longboat, and make him believe they would toss him into the sea again, and so leave him where they found him if he would not speak. Nor would that do, but they really did throw him into the sea and came away from him. Then he followed them, for he swam like a cork, and called to them in his tongue, though they knew not one word of what he said. However, at last they took him in again, and then he began to be more tractable, nor did I ever design they should drown him. We were now under sail again, but I was the most disconsolate creature alive for want of my man Friday, and would have been very glad to have gone back to the island, to have taken one of the rest from thence for my occasion, but it could not be. So we went on. We had one prisoner, as I have said, and it was a long time before we could make him understand anything. But in time our men taught him some English, and he began to be a little tractable. Afterwards, we inquired what country he came from, but could make nothing of what he said, for his speech was so odd, all gutturals, and he spoke in the throat in such a hollow, odd manner, that we could never form a word after him, and we were all of opinion that they might speak that language as well if they were gagged as otherwise. Nor could we perceive that they had any occasion either for teeth, tongue, lips, or palate, but formed their words just as a hunting horn forms a tune with an open throat. He told us, however, some time after, when we had taught him to speak a little English, that they were going with their kings to fight a great battle. When he said kings, we asked him how many kings. He said they were 5 nation. We could not make him understand the plurals, and that they all joined to go against 2 nation. We asked him what made them come up to us. He said, "To Mackie T great wonder look." Here it is to be observed that all those natives, as also those of Africa when they learn English, always add 2 e's at the end of the words where we use one, and they place the accent upon them as Mackie tacky. And the like, nay, I could hardly make Friday leave it off, though at last he did. And now I name the poor fellow once more, I must take my last leave of him. Poor honest Friday. We buried him with all the decency and solemnity possible, by putting him into a coffin and throwing him into the sea. and I caused them to fire 11 guns for him. So ended the life of the most grateful, faithful, honest, and most affectionate servant that ever man had. We went now away with a fair wind for Brazil, and in about 12 days' time we made land in the latitude of 5 degrees south of the line, being the northeasternmost land of all that part of America. We kept on S by E, in sight of the shore 4 days, when we made Cape St. Augustine, and in 3 days came to an anchor off the Bay of All Saints, the old place of my deliverance, from whence came both my good and evil fate. Never ship came to this port that had less business than I had, and yet it was with great difficulty that we were admitted to hold the least correspondence on shore, not my partner himself, who was alive, and made a great figure among them, not my 2 merchant trustees, not the fame of my wonderful preservation in the island, could obtain me that favor. My partner, however, remembering that I had given 500 moidores to the prior of the monastery of the Augustines, and 272 to the poor, went to the monastery, and obliged the prior that then was to go to the governor, and get leave for me personally, with the captain and 1 more, besides 8 seamen, to come on shore and no more. And this upon condition, absolutely capitulated for, that we should not offer to land any goods out of the ship, or to carry any person away without license. They were so strict with us as to landing any goods, that it was with extreme difficulty that I got on shore 3 bales of English goods, such as fine broadcloths, stuffs, and some linen, which I had brought for a present to my partner. He was a very generous, open-hearted man, although he began, like me, with little at first, though he knew not that I had the least design of giving him anything. He sent me on board a present of fresh provisions, wine and sweetmeats, worth about 30 moidores, including some tobacco and 3 or 4 fine medals of gold. But I was even with him in my present, which, as I have said, consisted of fine broadcloth, English stuffs, lace, and fine holland. Also, I delivered him about the value of 100 pounds sterling in the same goods, for other uses, and I obliged him to set up the sloop, which I had brought with me from England, as I have said, for the use of my colony. In order to send the refreshments I intended to my plantation. Accordingly, he got hands, and finished the sloop in a very few days, for she was already framed, and I gave the master of her such instructions that he could not miss the place, nor did he, as I had an account from my partner afterwards. I got him soon loaded with the small cargo I sent them, and one of our seamen, that had been on shore with me there, offered to go with the sloop and settle there, upon my letter to the governor Spaniard to allot him a sufficient quantity of land for a plantation, and on my giving him some clothes and tools for his planting work, which he said he understood, having been an old planter at Maryland and a buccaneer into the bargain. I encouraged the fellow by granting all he desired, and, as an addition, I gave him the savage whom we had taken prisoner of war to be his slave, and ordered the governor Spaniard to give him his share of everything he wanted with the rest. When we came to fit this man out, my old partner told me there was a certain very honest fellow, a Brazil planter of his acquaintance, who had fallen into the displeasure of the church. I know not what the matter is with him, says he, but on my conscience, I think he is a heretic in his heart, and he has been obliged to conceal himself for fear of the Inquisition. He then told me that he would be very glad of such an opportunity to make his escape, with his wife and 2 daughters, and if I would let them go to my island and allot them a plantation, he would give them a small stock to begin with, for the officers of the Inquisition had seized all his effects and estate, and he had nothing left but a little household stuff and 2 slaves. And, adds he, though I hate his principles, yet I would not have him fall into their hands, for he will be assuredly burned alive if he does. I granted this presently, and joined my Englishman with them, and we concealed the man and his wife and daughters on board our ship till the sloop put out to go to sea. And then, having put all their goods on board some time before, we put them on board the sloop after she was got out of the bay. Our seaman was mightily pleased with this new partner, and their stocks, indeed, were much alike, rich in tools in preparations, and a farm but nothing to begin with except as above. However, they carried over with them what was worth all the rest, some materials for planting sugar canes, with some plants of canes, which he, I mean the Brazil planter, understood very well. Among the rest of the supplies sent to my tenants in the island, I sent them by the sloop 3 milch cows and 5 calves, about 22 hogs, among them 3 sows, 2 mares, and a stone horse. For my Spaniards, according to my promise, I engaged 3 Brazil women to go, and recommended it to them to marry them and use them kindly. I could have procured more women, but I remembered that the poor persecuted man had 2 daughters, and that there were but 5 of the Spaniards that wanted partners. The rest had wives of their own. Though in another country, all this cargo arrived safe, and, as you may easily suppose, was very welcome to my old inhabitants, who were now, with this addition, between 60 and 70 people, besides little children, of which there were a great many. I found letters at London from them all by way of Lisbon. When I came back to England, I have now done with the island and all manner of discourse about it, and whoever reads the rest of my memorandums would do well to turn his thoughts entirely from it, and expect to read of the follies of an old man, not warned by his own harms, much less by those of other men to beware, not cooled by almost 40 years' miseries, and disappointments, not satisfied with prosperity beyond expectation, nor made cautious by afflictions and distress beyond example. Chapter IX Dreadful Occurrences in Madagascar. I had no more business to go to the East Indies than a man at full liberty has to go to the turnkey at Newgate, and desire him to lock him up among the prisoners there and starve him. Had I taken a small vessel from England and gone directly to the island, had I loaded her, as I did the other vessel, with all the necessaries for the plantation and for my people, taken a patent from the government here to have secured my property in subjection only to that of England, had I carried over cannon and ammunition, servants and people to plant, and taken possession of the place, fortified and strengthened it in the name of England, and increased it with people, as I might easily have done, had I then settled myself there, and sent the ship back laden with good rice, as I might also have done in 6 months' time, and ordered my friends to have fitted her out again for our supply, had I done this, and stayed there myself, I had at least acted like a man of common sense, but I was possessed of a wandering spirit, and scorned all advantages. I pleased myself with being the patron of the people I placed there, and doing for them in a kind of haughty, majestic way, like an old patriarchal monarch, providing for them as if I had been father of the whole family, as well as of the plantation. But I never so much as pretended to plant in the name of any government or nation, or to acknowledge any prince, or to call my people subjects to any one nation more than another. Nay, I never so much as gave the place a name, but left it as I found it, belonging to nobody, and the people under no discipline or government but my own, who, though I had influence over them as a father and benefactor, had no authority or power to act or command one way or other, further than voluntary consent moved them to comply. Yet even this, had I stayed there, would have done well enough. But as I rambled from them, and came there no more, the last letters I had from any of them were by my partner's means, who afterwards sent another sloop to the place, and who sent me word, though I had not the letter till I got to London, several years after it was written, that they went on but poorly, were discontented with their long stay there, that Will Atkins was dead, that 5 of the Spaniards were come away, and though they had not been much molested by the savages, yet they had had some skirmishes with them, and that they begged of him to write to me to think of the promise I had made to fetch them away, that they might see their country again before they died. But I was gone a wild goose chase indeed, and they that will have any more of me must be content to follow me into a new variety of follies, hardships, and wild adventures, wherein the justice of Providence may be duly observed, and we may see how easily heaven can gorge us with our own desires, make the strongest of our wishes be our affliction, and punish us most severely with those very things which we think it would be our utmost happiness to be allowed to possess. Whether I had business or no business, away I went. It is no time now to enlarge upon the reason or absurdity of my own conduct, but to come to the history. I was embarked for the voyage, and the voyage I went. I shall only add a word or two concerning my honest popish clergymen, for let their opinion of us, and all other heretics in general, as they call us, be as uncharitable as it may. I verily believed this man was very sincere, and wished the good of all men, Yet I believe he used reserve in many of his expressions to prevent giving me offense. For I scarce heard him once call on the Blessed Virgin, or mention St. Jago, or his guardian angel, though so common with the rest of them. However, I say I had not the least doubt of his sincerity and pious intentions. And I am firmly of opinion, if the rest of the popish missionaries were like him, they would strive to visit even the poor Tartars and Laplanders, where they have nothing to give them, as well as covet to flock to India, Persia, China, and see the most wealthy of the heathen countries. For if they expected to bring no gains to their church by it, it may well be admired how they came to admit the Chinese Confucius into the calendar of the Christian saints. A ship being ready to sail for Lisbon, my pious priest asked me leave to go thither, being still, as he observed, bound never to finish any voyage he began. How happy it had been for me if I had gone with him, but it was too late now. All things heaven appoints for the best. Had I gone with him, I had never had so many things to be thankful for, and the reader had never heard of the second part of the travels and adventures of Robinson Crusoe. So I must here leave exclaiming at myself, and go on with my voyage. From the Brazils, we made directly over the Atlantic Sea to the Cape of Good Hope, and had a tolerably good voyage. Our course generally southeast, now and then a storm and some contrary winds. But my disasters at sea were at an end my future rubs, and cross events were to befall me on shore, that it might appear the land was as well prepared to be our scourge as the sea. Our ship was on a trading voyage, and had a supercargo on board, who was to direct all her motions after she arrived at the Cape, only being limited to a certain number of days for stay, by charter party, at the several ports she was to go to. This was none of my business, neither did I meddle with it, my nephew the captain, and the supercargo, adjusting all those things between them as they thought fit. We stayed at the Cape no longer than was needful to take in fresh water, but made the best of our way for the coast of Coromandel. We were indeed informed that a French man-of-war of 50 guns and 2 large merchant ships were gone for the Indies, and as I knew we were at war with France, I had some apprehensions of them, but they went their own way, and we heard no more of them. I shall not pester the reader with a tedious description of places. Journals of our voyage, variations of the compass, latitudes, trade winds, and sea. It is enough to name the ports and places which we touched at, and what occurred to us upon our passages from one to another. We touched first at the island of Madagascar, where, though the people are fierce and treacherous, and very well armed with lances and bows, which they use with inconceivable dexterity, yet we fared very well with them a while. They treated us very civilly, and for some trifles which we gave them, such as knives, scissors, and they brought us 11 good fat bullocks, of a middling size, which we took in, partly for fresh provisions for our present spending, and the rest to salt for the ship's use. We were obliged to stay here some time, after we had furnished ourselves with provisions, and I, who was always too curious to look into every nook of the world wherever I came, went on shore as often as I could. It was on the east side of the island that we went on shore one evening, and the people, who, by the way, are very numerous, came thronging about us and stood gazing at us at a distance. As we had traded freely with them and had been kindly used, we thought ourselves in no danger. But when we saw the people, we cut 3 boughs out of a tree and stuck them up at a distance from us, which it seems is a mark in that country not only of a truce and friendship, but when it is accepted, the other side set up 3 poles or boughs, which is a signal that they accept the truce too. But then this is a known condition of the truce, that you are not to pass beyond their 3 poles towards them, nor they to come past your 3 poles or boughs towards you, so that you are perfectly secure within the 3 poles. And all the space between your poles and theirs is allowed like a market for free converse, traffic, and commerce. When you go there, you must not carry your weapons with you, and if they come into that space, they stick up their javelins and lances all at the first poles, and come on unarmed. But if any violence is offered them, and the truce thereby broken, away they run to the poles and lay hold of their weapons, and the truce is at an end. It happened one evening, when we went on shore, that a greater number of their people came down than usual, but all very friendly and civil, and they brought several kinds of provisions, for which we satisfied them with such toys as we had. The women also brought us milk and roots, and several things very acceptable to us, and all was quiet. And we made us a little tent or hut of some boughs or trees, and lay on shore all night. I know not what was the occasion, but I was not so well satisfied to lie on shore as the rest, and the boat riding at an anchor at about a stone's cast from the land. With 2 men in her to take care of her, I made one of them come on shore, and getting some boughs of trees to cover us also in the boat, I spread the sail on the bottom of the boat, and lay under the cover of the branches of the trees all night in the boat. About 2 o'clock in the morning, we heard one of our men making a terrible noise on the shore, calling out, for God's sake, to bring the boat in and come and help them, for they were all like to be murdered. And at the same time I heard the fire of 5 muskets, which was the number of guns they had, and that 3 times over. For it seems the natives here were not so easily frightened with guns as the savages were in America, where I had to do with them. All this while, I knew not what was the matter, but rousing immediately from sleep with the noise, I caused the boat to be thrust in, and resolved with 3 fusees we had on board to land and assist our men. We got the boat soon to the shore, but our men were in too much haste. For being come to the shore, they plunged into the water, to get to the boat with all the expedition they could, being pursued by between 300 and 400 men. Our men were but 9 in all, and only 5 of them had fusees with them. The rest had pistols and swords indeed, but they were of small use to them. We took up 7 of our men, and with difficulty enough too, 3 of them being very ill wounded. And that which was still worse was, that while we stood in the boat to take our men in, we were in as much danger as they were in on shore. For they poured their arrows in upon us so thick that we were glad to barricade the side of the boat up with the benches and 2 or 3 loose boards which, to our great satisfaction, we had by mere accident in the boat. And yet, had it been daylight, they are, it seems, such exact marksmen, that if they could have seen but the least part of any of us, they would have been sure of us. We had by the light of the moon a little sight of them, as they stood pelting us from the shore with darts and arrows. And having got ready our firearms, we gave them a volley that we could hear, by the cries of some of them, had wounded several. However, they stood thus in battle array on the shore till break of day, which we supposed was that they might see the better to take their aim at us. In this condition we lay, and could not tell how to weigh our anchor, or set up our sail, because we must needs stand up in the boat, and they were as sure to hit us as we were to hit a bird in a tree with small shot. We made signals of distress to the ship, and though she rode a league off, yet my nephew the captain, hearing our firing, and by glasses perceiving the posture we lay in, and that we fired towards the shore, pretty well understood us, and weighing anchor with all speed, he stood as near the shore as he durst with the ship, and then sent another boat with 10 hands in her to assist us. We called to them not to come too near, telling them what condition we were in. However, they stood in near to us, and one of the men, taking the end of a tow line in his hand, and keeping our boat between him and the enemy, so that they could not perfectly see him, swam on board us, and made fast the line to the boat, upon which we slipped out a little cable, and leaving our anchor behind, they towed us out of reach of the arrows, we all the while lying close behind the barricade we had made. As soon as we were got from between the ship and the shore, that we could lay her side to the shore, she ran along just by them, and poured in a broadside among them, loaded with pieces of iron and lead, small bullets, and such stuff, besides the great shot, which made a terrible havoc among them. When we were got on board and out of danger, we had time to examine into the occasion of this fray, and indeed our supercargo, who had been often in those parts, put me upon it. For he said he was sure the inhabitants would not have touched us after we had made a truce, if we had not done something to provoke them to it. At length it came out that an old woman, who had come to sell us some milk, had brought it within our poles, and a young woman with her, who also brought us some roots or herbs. And while the old woman, whether she was mother to the young woman or no, they could not tell, was selling us the milk, one of our men offered some rudeness to the girl that was with her, at which the old woman made a great noise. However, the seaman would not quit his prize, but carried her out of the old woman's sight among the trees, it being almost dark. The old woman went away without her, and, as we may suppose, made an outcry among the people she came from, who, upon notice, raised that great army upon us in 3 or 4 hours, and it was great odds, but we had all been destroyed. One of our men was killed with a lance thrown at him just at the beginning of the attack, as he sallied out of the tent they had made. The rest came off free, all but the fellow who was the occasion of all the mischief, who paid dear enough for his brutality. For we could not hear what became of him for a great while. We lay upon the shore 2 days after, though the wind presented, and made signals for him, and made our boat sail up shore and down shore several leagues, but in vain, so we were obliged to give him over, and if he alone had suffered for it, the loss had been less. I could not satisfy myself, however, without venturing on shore once more, to try if I could learn anything of him or them. It was the third night after the action that I had a great mind to learn, if I could by any means, what mischief we had done, and how the game stood on the Indians' side. I was careful to do it in the dark, lest we should be attacked again. But I ought indeed to have been sure that the men I went with had been under my command, before I engaged in a thing so hazardous and mischievous, as I was brought into by it, without design. We took 20 as stout fellows with us as any in the ship, besides the supercargo and myself, and we landed 2 hours before midnight, at the same place where the Indians stood drawn up in the evening before. I landed here because my design, as I have said, was chiefly to see if they had quitted the field, and if they had left any marks behind them of the mischief we had done them. And I thought if we could surprise 1 or 2 of them, perhaps we might get our man again by way of exchange. We landed without any noise, and divided our men into 2 bodies, whereof the boatswain commanded one and I the other. We neither saw nor heard anybody stir when we landed. And we marched up, one body at a distance from another, to the place. At first we could see nothing, it being very dark, till by and by our boatswain, who led the first party, stumbled and fell over a dead body. This made them halt a while. For knowing by the circumstances that they were at the place where the Indians had stood, they waited for my coming up there. We concluded to halt till the moon began to rise, which we knew would be in less than an hour, when we could easily discern the havoc we had made among them. We told 32 bodies upon the ground, whereof 2 were not quite dead. Some had an arm and some a leg shot off, and one his head. Those that were wounded, we supposed, they had carried away. When we had made, as I thought, a full discovery of all we could come to the knowledge of, I resolved on going on board. But the boatswain and his party sent me word that they were resolved to make a visit to the Indian town, where these dogs, as they called them, dwelt, and asked me to go along with them, and if they could find them, as they still fancied they should. They did not doubt of getting a good booty, and it might be they might find Tom Jeffrey there. That was the man's name we had lost. Had they sent to ask my leave to go, I knew well enough what answer to have given them, for I should have commanded them instantly on board. Knowing it was not a hazard fit for us to run, who had a ship and shiploading in our charge, and a voyage to make which depended very much upon the lives of the men. But as they sent me word, they were resolved to go, and only asked me and my company to go along with them. I positively refused it and rose up, for I was sitting on the ground, in order to go to the boat. One or two of the men began to importune me to go, and when I refused, began to grumble, and say they were not under my command, and they would go. "Come, Jack," says one of the men, "will you go with me? I'll go for one." Jack said he would, and then another, and, in a word, they all left me but one, whom I persuaded to stay, and a boy left in the boat. So the supercargo and I, with the third man, went back to the boat, where we told them we would stay for them, and take care to take in as many of them as should be left. For I told them it was a mad thing they were going about, and supposed most of them would have the fate of Tom Jeffrey. They told me, like seamen, they would warrant it they would come off again, and they would take care and see. So away they went. I entreated them to consider the ship and the voyage, that their lives were not their own, and that they were entrusted with the voyage in some measure, that if they miscarried, the ship might be lost for want of their help, and that they could not answer for it to God or man. But I might as well have talked to the mainmast of the ship. They were mad upon their journey, only they gave me good words, and begged I would not be angry, that they did not doubt but they would be back again in about an hour at furthest. For the Indian town, they said, was not above half a mile off, though they found it above 2 miles before they got to it. Well, they all went away, and though the attempt was desperate, and such as none but madmen would have gone about, yet, to give them their due, they went about it as warily as boldly. They were gallantly armed, for they had every man a fusee or musket, a bayonet and a pistol. Some of them had broad cutlasses, some of them had hangers, and the boatswain and 2 more had poleaxes. Besides all which they had among them 13 hand granados, bolder fellows, and better provided, never went about any wicked work in the world. When they went out, their chief design was plunder, and they were in mighty hopes of finding gold there. But a circumstance which none of them were aware of set them on fire with revenge, and made devils of them all. When they came to the few Indian houses which they thought had been the town, which was not above half a mile off, they were under great disappointment, for there were not above 12 or 13 houses, and where the town was, or how big, they knew not. They consulted, therefore, what to do, and were some time before they could resolve. For if they fell upon these, they must cut all their throats. And it was 10 to 1, but some of them might escape, it being in the night, though the moon was up. And if one escaped, he would run and raise all the town, so they should have a whole army upon them. On the other hand, if they went away and left those untouched, for the people were all asleep, they could not tell which way to look for the town. However, the last was the best advice, so they resolved to leave them and look for the town as well as they could. They went on a little way and found a cow tied to a tree. This, they presently concluded, would be a good guide to them. For they said, "The cow certainly belonged to the town before them, or the town behind them, and if they untied her, they should see which way she went. If she went back, they had nothing to say to her, but if she went forward, they would follow her." So they cut the cord, which was made of twisted flags, and the cow went on before them directly to the town, which, as they reported, consisted of above 200 houses or huts. And in some of these they found several families living together. Here they found all in silence, as profoundly secure as sleep could make them. And first they called another council to consider what they had to do, and presently resolved to divide themselves into 3 bodies, and so set 3 houses on fire in 3 parts of the town. And as the men came out, to seize them and bind them, if any resisted, they need not be asked what to do then, and so to search the rest of the houses for plunder. But they resolved to march silently first through the town, and see what dimensions it was of, and if they might venture upon it or no. They did so, and desperately resolved that they would venture upon them. But while they were animating one another to the work, 3 of them, who were a little before the rest, called out aloud to them, and told them that they had found Tom Jeffrey. They all ran up to the place, where they found the poor fellow hanging up naked by one arm, and his throat cut. There was an Indian house just by the tree, where they found 16 or 17 of the principal Indians, who had been concerned in the fray with us before, and 2 or 3 of them wounded with our shot. And our men found they were awake, and talking one to another in that house, but knew not their number. The sight of their poor mangled comrades so enraged them, as before, that they swore to one another that they would be revenged, and that not an Indian that came into their hands should have any quarter. And to work they went immediately, and yet not so madly as might be expected from the rage and fury they were in. Their first care was to get something that would soon take fire, but after a little search, they found that would be to no purpose, for most of the houses were low and thatched with flags and rushes, of which the country is full. So they presently made some wildfire, as we call it, by wetting a little powder in the palm of their hands, and in a quarter of an hour they set the town on fire in 4 or 5 places, and particularly that house where the Indians were not gone to bed. As soon as the fire begun to blaze, the poor frightened creatures began to rush out to save their lives, but met with their fate in the attempt, and especially at the door where they drove them back. The boatswain himself killing 1 or 2 with his poleaxe. The house being large and many in it, he did not care to go in, but called for a hand granado and threw it among them, which at first frightened them, but when it burst, made such havoc among them that they cried out in a hideous manner. In short, most of the Indians who were in the open part of the house were killed or hurt with the granado, except 2 or 3 more who pressed to the door, which the boatswain and 2 more kept, with their bayonets on the muzzles of their pieces, and dispatched all that came in their way. But there was another apartment in the house, where the prince or king, or whatever he was, and several others were, and these were kept in till the house, which was by this time all in a light flame, fell in upon them, and they were smothered together. All this while they fired not a gun, because they would not waken the people faster than they could master them. But the fire began to waken them fast enough, and our fellows were glad to keep a little together in bodies. For the fire grew so raging, all the houses being made of light combustible stuff, that they could hardly bear the street between them. Their business was to follow the fire for the surer execution. As fast as the fire either forced the people out of those houses which were burning, or frightened them out of others, our people were ready at their doors to knock them on the head, still calling and hallooing one to another to remember Tom Jeffrey. While this was doing, I must confess I was very uneasy, and especially when I saw the flames of the town, which, it being night, seemed to be close by me. My nephew, the captain, who was roused by his men seeing such a fire, was very uneasy, not knowing what the matter was, or what danger I was in, especially hearing the guns too. For by this time they began to use their firearms. 1,000 thoughts oppressed his mind concerning me and the supercargo. What would become of us? And at last, though he could ill spare any more men, yet not knowing what exigence we might be in, he took another boat, and with 13 men and himself came ashore to me. He was surprised to see me and the supercargo in the boat with no more than 2 men, and though he was glad that we were well, yet he was in the same impatience with us to know what was doing, for the noise continued and the flame increased. In short, it was next to an impossibility for any men in the world to restrain their curiosity to know what had happened, or their concern for the safety of the men. In a word, the captain told me he would go and help his men, let what would come. I argued with him, as I did before with the men, the safety of the ship, the danger of the voyage, the interests of the owners and merchants, and told him I and the 2 men would go, and only see if we could at a distance learn what was likely to be the event, and come back and tell him. It was in vain to talk to my nephew, as it was to talk to the rest before. He would go, he said, and he only wished he had left but 10 men in the ship, for he could not think of having his men lost for want of help. He had rather lose the ship, the voyage, and his life, and all, and away he went. I was no more able to stay behind now than I was to persuade them not to go. So the captain ordered 2 men to row back the pinnace, and fetch 12 men more, leaving the longboat at an anchor, and that, when they came back, 6 men should keep the 2 boats, and 6 more come after us, so that he left only 16 men in the ship. For the whole ship's company consisted of 65 men, whereof 2 were lost in the late quarrel which brought this mischief on. Being now on the march, we felt little of the ground we trod on, and being guided by the fire, we kept no path, but went directly to the place of the flame. If the noise of the guns was surprising to us before, the cries of the poor people were now quite of another nature, and filled us with horror. I must confess I was never at the sacking a city, or at the taking a town by storm. I had heard of Oliver Cromwell taking Drogheda in Ireland and killing man, woman, and child, and I had read of Count Tilly sacking the city of Magdeburg and cutting the throats of 22,000 of all sexes. But I never had an idea of the thing itself before, nor is it possible to describe it, or the horror that was upon our minds at hearing it. However, we went on, and at length came to the town, though there was no entering the streets of it for the fire. The first object we met with was the ruins of a hut or house, or rather the ashes of it, for the house was consumed, and just before it, plainly now to be seen by the light of the fire, lay 4 men and 3 women, killed, and, as we thought, 1 or 2 more lay in the heap among the fire. In short, there were such instances of rage, altogether barbarous, and of a fury something beyond what was human, that we thought it impossible our men could be guilty of it. Or, if they were the authors of it, we thought they ought to be every one of them put to the worst of deaths. But this was not all. We saw the fire increase forward, and the cry went on just as the fire went on, so that we were in the utmost confusion. We advanced a little way farther, and behold, to our astonishment, 3 naked women, and crying in a most dreadful manner, came flying as if they had wings, and after them 16 or 17 men. Natives in the same terror and consternation, with 3 of our English butchers in the rear, who, when they could not overtake them, fired in among them, and one that was killed by their shot fell down in our sight. When the rest saw us, believing us to be their enemies, and that we would murder them as well as those that pursued them, they set up a most dreadful shriek, especially the women. And 2 of them fell down, as if already dead with the fright. My very soul shrunk within me, and my blood ran chill in my veins. When I saw this, and I believe had the 3 English sailors that pursued them come on, I had made our men kill them all. However, we took some means to let the poor flying creatures know that we would not hurt them. And immediately they came up to us, and kneeling down, with their hands lifted up, made piteous lamentation to us to save them, which we let them know we would. Whereupon they crept all together in a huddle close behind us, as for protection. I left my men drawn up together, and charging them to hurt nobody, but, if possible, to get at some of our people, and see what devil it was possessed them, and what they intended to do, and to command them off, assuring them that if they stayed till daylight they would have 100,000 men about their ears. I say I left them, and went among those flying people, taking only 2 of our men with me, and there was, indeed, a piteous spectacle among them. Some of them had their feet terribly burned with trampling and running through the fire, others their hands burned. One of the women had fallen down in the fire, and was very much burned before she could get out again. And 2 or 3 of the men had cuts in their backs and thighs, from our men pursuing, and another was shot through the body, and died while I was there. I would fain have learned what the occasion of all this was, but I could not understand one word they said, though, by signs, I perceived some of them knew not what was the occasion themselves. I was so terrified in my thoughts at this outrageous attempt that I could not stay there, but went back to my own men, and resolved to go into the middle of the town, through the fire, or whatever might be in the way, and put an end to it, cost what it would. Accordingly, as I came back to my men, I told them my resolution, and commanded them to follow me. When at the very moment came 4 of our men, with the boatswain at their head, roving over heaps of bodies they had killed, all covered with blood and dust, as if they wanted more people to massacre. When our men hallooed to them as loud as they could halloo, and with much ado one of them made them hear, so that they knew who we were, and came up to us. As soon as the boatswain saw us, he set up a halloo like a shout of triumph for having, as he thought, more help come, and without waiting to hear me, "Captain," says he, "noble captain, I am glad you are come. We have not half done yet. Villainous hellhound dogs! I'll kill as many of them as poor Tom has hairs upon his head. We have sworn to spare none of them. We'll root out the very nation of them from the earth." And thus he ran on, out of breath too with action, and would not give us leave to speak a word. At last, raising my voice that I might silence him a little, "Barbarous dog," said I, "what are you doing? I won't have one creature touched more. Upon pain of death, I charge you upon your life to stop your hands and stand still here, or you are a dead man this minute." "Why, sir," says he, "do you know what you do, or what they have done? If you want a reason for what we have done, come hither." And with that he showed me the poor fellow hanging, with his throat cut. I confess I was urged then myself, and at another time would have been forward enough, but I thought they had carried their rage too far, and remembered Jacob's words to his sons Simeon and Levi, "Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel." But I had now a new task upon my hands, for when the men I had carried with me saw the sight, as I had done, I had as much to do to restrain them as I should have had with the others. Nay, my nephew himself fell in with them, and told me, in their hearing, that he was only concerned for fear of the men being overpowered. And as to the people, he thought not one of them ought to live, for they had all glutted themselves with the murder of the poor man, and that they ought to be used like murderers. Upon these words, away ran 8 of my men with the boatswain and his crew, to complete their bloody work, and I, seeing it quite out of my power to restrain them, came away pensive and sad, for I could not bear the sight, much less the horrible noise and cries of the poor wretches that fell into their hands. I got nobody to come back with me but the supercargo and 2 men, and with these walked back to the boat. It was a very great piece of folly in me, I confess, to venture back, as it were, alone, for as it began now to be almost day, and the alarm had run over the country, there stood about 40 men armed with lances and bows at the little place where the 12 or 13 houses stood, mentioned before, but by accident I missed the place and came directly to the seaside, and by the time I got to the seaside it was broad day. Immediately I took the pinnace and went on board, and sent her back to assist the men in what might happen. I observed, about the time that I came to the boat's side, that the fire was pretty well out, and the noise abated. But in about half an hour after I got on board, I heard a volley of our men's firearms and saw a great smoke. This, as I understood afterwards, was our men falling upon the men, who, as I said, stood at the few houses on the way, of whom they killed 16 or 17, and set all the houses on fire, but did not meddle with the women or children. By the time the men got to the shore again, with the pinnace our men began to appear. They came dropping in, not in two bodies as they went, but straggling here and there in such a manner that a small force of resolute men might have cut them all off. But the dread of them was upon the whole country, and the men were surprised and so frightened that I believe 100 of them would have fled at the sight of but 5 of our men. Nor in all this terrible action was there a man that made any considerable defense. They were so surprised between the terror of the fire and the sudden attack of our men in the dark, that they knew not which way to turn themselves. For if they fled one way they were met by one party, if back again by another, so that they were everywhere knocked down. Nor did any of our men receive the least hurt, except one that sprained his foot, and another that had one of his hands burned. Chapter XE is left on shore. I was very angry with my nephew, the captain, and indeed with all the men, but with him in particular, as well for his acting so out of his duty as a commander of the ship, and having the charge of the voyage upon him, as in his prompting, rather than cooling, the rage of his blind men in so bloody and cruel an enterprise. My nephew answered me very respectfully, but told me that, when he saw the body of the poor seaman whom they had murdered in so cruel and barbarous a manner, he was not master of himself, neither could he govern his passion. He owned he should not have done so, as he was commander of the ship, but as he was a man, and nature moved him, he could not bear it. As for the rest of the men, they were not subject to me at all, and they knew it well enough. So they took no notice of my dislike. The next day we set sail, so we never heard any more of it. Our men differed in the account of the number they had killed, but according to the best of their accounts, put all together, they killed or destroyed about 150 people, men, women, and children, and left not a house standing in the town. As for the poor fellow Tom Jeffrey, as he was quite dead, for his throat was so cut that his head was half off, it would do him no service to bring him away. So they only took him down from the tree, where he was hanging by one hand. However just our men thought this action, I was against them in it, and I always, after that time, told them God would blast the voyage. For I looked upon all the blood they shed that night to be murder in them. For though it is true that they had killed Tom Jeffrey, yet Jeffrey was the aggressor. had broken the truce, and had ill-used a young woman of theirs, who came down to them innocently, and on the faith of the public capitulation. The boatswain defended this quarrel when we were afterwards on board. He said it was true that we seemed to break the truce, but really had not, and that the war was begun the night before by the natives themselves, who had shot at us and killed one of our men without any just provocation, so that as we were in a capacity to fight them now, we might also be in a capacity to do ourselves justice upon them in an extraordinary manner, that though the poor man had taken a little liberty with the girl, he ought not to have been murdered, and that in such a villainous manner, and that they did nothing but what was just and what the laws of God allowed to be done to murderers. One would think this should have been enough to have warned us against going on shore amongst the heathens and barbarians. But it is impossible to make mankind wise, but at their own expense, and their experience seems to be always of most use to them when it is dearest bought. We were now bound to the Gulf of Persia, and from thence to the coast of Coromandel, only to touch at Surat. But the chief of the supercargo's design lay at the Bay of Bengal, where, if he missed his business outward bound, he was to go out to China and return to the coast as he came home. The first disaster that befell us was in the Gulf of Persia, where 5 of our men, venturing on shore on the Arabian side of the Gulf, were surrounded by the Arabians, and either all killed or carried away into slavery. The rest of the boat's crew were not able to rescue them, and had but just time to get off their boat. I began to upbraid them with the just retribution of heaven in this case. But the boatswain very warmly told me he thought I went further in my censures than I could show any warrant for in Scripture, and referred to Luke Roman 13. 4, where our Savior intimates that those men on whom the tower of Siloam fell were not sinners above all the Galileans. But that which put me to silence in the case was, that not one of these 5 men who were now lost were of those who went on shore to the massacre of Madagascar. So I always called it, though our men could not bear to hear the word massacre with any patience. But my frequent preaching to them on this subject had worse consequences than I expected, and the boatswain, who had been the head of the attempt, came up boldly to me one time, and told me he found that I brought that affair continually upon the stage, that I made unjust reflections upon it, and had used the men very ill on that account, and himself in particular, that as I was but a passenger, and had no command in the ship or concern in the voyage, they were not obliged to bear it, that they did not know but I might have some ill design in my head, and perhaps to call them to an account for it when they came to England, and that, therefore, unless I would resolve to have done with it, and also not to concern myself any further with him or any of his affairs, he would leave the ship, for he did not think it safe to sail with me among them. I heard him patiently enough till he had done, and then told him that I confessed I had all along opposed the massacre of Madagascar, and that I had, on all occasions, spoken my mind freely about it, though not more upon him than any of the rest, that as to having no command in the ship, that was true, nor did I exercise any authority, only took the liberty of speaking my mind in things which publicly concerned us all. And what concern I had in the voyage was none of his business, that I was a considerable owner in the ship. In that claim, I conceived I had a right to speak even further than I had done, and would not be accountable to him or anyone else, and began to be a little warm with him. He made but little reply to me at that time, and I thought the affair had been over. We were at this time in the road at Bengal, and being willing to see the place, I went on shore with a supercargo in the ship's boat to divert myself, and towards evening was preparing to go on board, when one of the men came to me, and told me he would not have me trouble myself to come down to the boat, for they had orders not to carry me on board any more. Anyone may guess what a surprise I was in at so insolent a message, and I asked the man who bade him deliver that message to me. He told me the coxswain. I immediately found out the supercargo, and told him the story, adding that I foresaw there would be a mutiny in the ship, and entreated him to go immediately on board and acquaint the captain of it. But I might have spared this intelligence, for before I had spoken to him on shore the matter was effected on board. The boatswain, the gunner, the carpenter, and all the inferior officers, as soon as I was gone off in the boat, came up, and desired to speak with the captain. And then the boatswain, making a long harangue, and repeating all he had said to me, told the captain that as I was now gone peaceably on shore, they were loath to use any violence with me, which, if I had not gone on shore, they would otherwise have done, to oblige me to have gone. They therefore thought fit to tell him that as they shipped themselves to serve in the ship under his command, they would perform it well and faithfully. But if I would not quit the ship, or the captain oblige me to quit it, they would all leave the ship, and sail no further with him. And at that word all he turned his face towards the mainmast, which was, it seems, a signal agreed on, when the seamen being got together there cried out, one and all, one and all. My nephew the captain was a man of spirit and of great presence of mind, and though he was surprised, yet he told them calmly that he would consider of the matter, but that he could do nothing in it till he had spoken to me about it. He used some arguments with them to show them the unreasonableness and injustice of the thing, but it was all in vain. They swore, and shook hands round before his face, that they would all go on shore unless he would engage to them not to suffer me to come any more on board the ship. This was a hard article upon him, who knew his obligation to me, and did not know how I might take it. So he began to talk smartly to them, told them that I was a very considerable owner of the ship, and that if ever they came to England again, it would cost them very dear, that the ship was mine, and that he could not put me out of it, and that he would rather lose the ship, and the voyage too, than disoblige me so much. so they might do as they pleased. However, he would go on shore and talk with me, and invited the boatswain to go with him, and perhaps they might accommodate the matter with me. But they all rejected the proposal, and said they would have nothing to do with me any more, and if I came on board, they would all go on shore. Well, said the captain, if you are all of this mind, let me go on shore and talk with him. So away he came to me with this account. A little after the message had been brought to me from the coxswain, I was very glad to see my nephew, I must confess, for I was not without apprehensions that they would confine him by violence, set sail, and run away with the ship. And then I had been stripped naked in a remote country, having nothing to help myself. In short, I had been in a worse case than when I was alone in the island. But they had not come to that length, it seems, to my satisfaction. And when my nephew told me what they had said to him, and how they had sworn and shook hands that they would, one and all, leave the ship if I was suffered to come on board, I told him he should not be concerned at it at all, for I would stay on shore. I only desired he would take care and send me all my necessary things on shore, and leave me a sufficient sum of money, and I would find my way to England as well as I could. This was a heavy piece of news to my nephew, but there was no way to help it but to comply. So, in short, he went on board the ship again, and satisfied the men that his uncle had yielded to their importunity, and had sent for his goods from on board the ship, so that the matter was over in a few hours. The men returned to their duty, and I began to consider what course I should steer. I was now alone in a most remote part of the world, for I was near 3,000 leagues by sea farther off from England than I was at my island. Only, it is true, I might travel here by land over the great Mogul's country to Surat, might go from thence to Bassora by sea, up the Gulf of Persia, and take the way of the caravans over the desert of Arabia, to Aleppo and Scanderoon, from thence by sea again to Italy, and so overland into France. I had another way before me, which was to wait for some English ships, which were coming to Bengal from Achin, on the island of Sumatra, and get passage on board them from England. But as I came hither without any concern with the East Indian Company, so it would be difficult to go from hence without their license, unless with great favor of the captains of the ships, or the company's factors. And to both I was an utter stranger. Here I had the mortification to see the ship set sail without me. However, my nephew left me 2 servants, or rather 1 companion and 1 servant. The first was clerk to the purser, whom he engaged to go with me, and the other was his own servant. I then took a good lodging in the house of an Englishwoman, where several merchants lodged, some French, 2 Italians, or rather Jews, and 1 Englishman. Here I stayed above 9 months, considering what course to take. I had some English goods with me of value, and a considerable sum of money, my nephew furnishing me with 1,000 pieces of 8, and a letter of credit for more if I had occasion, that I might not be straitened, whatever might happen. I quickly disposed of my goods to advantage, and, as I originally intended, I bought here some very good diamonds, which, of all other things, were the most proper for me in my present circumstances, because I could always carry my whole estate about me. During my stay here, many proposals were made for my return to England, but none falling out to my mind. The English merchant who lodged with me, and whom I had contracted an intimate acquaintance with, came to me one morning, saying, "Countryman, I have a project to communicate, which, as it suits with my thoughts, may, for aught I know, suit with yours also, when you shall have thoroughly considered it. Here we are posted, you by accident, and I by my own choice, in a part of the world very remote from our own country, but it is in a country where, by us who understand trade and business, a great deal of money is to be got. If you will put £1,000 to my £1,000, we will hire a ship here, the first we can get to our minds. You shall be captain, I'll be merchant, and we'll go a trading voyage to China. For what should we stand still for? The whole world is in motion. Why should we be idle?" I liked this proposal very well, and the more so because it seemed to be expressed with so much goodwill. In my loose, unhinged circumstances, I was the fitter to embrace a proposal for trade, or indeed anything else. I might perhaps say with some truth that if trade was not my element, rambling was, and no proposal for seeing any part of the world which I had never seen before could possibly come amiss to me. It was, however, some time before we could get a ship to our minds, and when we had got a vessel, it was not easy to get English sailors, that is to say, so many as were necessary to govern the voyage and manage the sailors which we should pick up there. After some time we got a mate, a boatswain, and a gunner, English, a Dutch carpenter, and 3 foremast men. With these we found we could do well enough, having Indian seamen, such as they were, to make up. When all was ready we set sail for a chin in the island of Sumatra, and from thence to Siam, where we exchanged some of our wares for opium and some arrack, the first a commodity which bears a great price among the Chinese, and which at that time was much wanted there. Then we went up to Saskin, were 8 months out, and on our return to Bengal, I was very well satisfied with my adventure. Our people in England often admire how officers, which the company send into India, and the merchants which generally stay there, get such very great estates as they do, and sometimes come home worth 60 or 70,000 pounds at a time. But it is little matter for wonder, when we consider the innumerable ports and places where they have a free commerce. Indeed, at the ports where the English ships come there is such great and constant demands for the growth of all other countries, that there is a certain vent for the returns, as well as a market abroad for the goods carried out. I got so much money by my first adventure, and such an insight into the method of getting more, that had I been 20 years younger, I should have been tempted to have stayed here and sought no farther for making my fortune. But what was all this to a man upwards of 80? that was rich enough, and came abroad more in obedience to a restless desire of seeing the world than a covetous desire of gaining by it. A restless desire it really was. For when I was at home, I was restless to go abroad, and when I was abroad, I was restless to be at home. I say, what was this gain to me? I was rich enough already, nor had I any uneasy desires about getting more money. Therefore the profit of the voyage to me was of no great force for the prompting me forward to further undertakings. Hence, I thought that by this voyage I had made no progress at all, because I was come back, as I might call it, to the place from whence I came, as to a home, whereas my eye, like that which Solomon speaks of, was never satisfied with seeing. I was come into a part of the world which I was never in before, and that part, in particular, which I heard much of, and was resolved to see as much of it as I could. And then I thought I might say I had seen all the world that was worth seeing. But my fellow traveler and I had different notions. I acknowledge his were the more suited to the end of a merchant's life, who, when he is abroad upon adventures, is wise to stick to that as the best thing for him, which he is likely to get the most money by. On the other hand, mine was the notion of a mad, rambling boy that never cares to see a thing twice over. But this was not all. I had a kind of impatience upon me to be nearer home, and yet an unsettled resolution which way to go. In the interval of these consultations, my friend, who was always upon the search for business, proposed another voyage among the Spice Islands to bring home a loading of cloves from the Manillas or thereabouts. We were not long in preparing for this voyage. The chief difficulty was in bringing me to come into it. However, at last, nothing else offering, and as sitting still to me especially was the unhappiest part of life, I resolved on this voyage too, which we made very successfully, touching at Borneo and several other islands, and came home in about 5 months. When we sold our spices with very great profit to the Persian merchants who carried them away to the Gulf, my friend, when we made up this account, smiled at me. Well now, said he, with a sort of friendly rebuke on my indolent temper, is not this better than walking about here, like a man with nothing to do, and spending our time in staring at the nonsense and ignorance of the pagans? Why, truly, said I, my friend, I think it is, and I begin to be a convert to the principles of merchandising. But I must tell you, by the way, you do not know what I am doing, for if I once conquer my backwardness and embark heartily, old as I am, I shall harass you up and down the world till I tire you, for I shall pursue it so eagerly. I shall never let you lie still. Chapter X I warned of danger by a countryman. A little while after this, there came in a Dutch ship from Batavia. She was a coaster, not an European trader, of about 200 tons burden. The men, as they pretended, having been so sickly that the captain had not hands enough to go to sea with, so he lay by at Bengal, and having, it seems, got money enough, or being willing for other reasons to go for Europe. He gave public notice he would sell his ship. This came to my ears before my new partner heard of it, and I had a great mind to buy it. So I went to him and told him of it. He considered a while, for he was no rash man neither, and at last replied, "She is a little too big, however. We will have her." Accordingly, we bought the ship, and agreeing with the master, we paid for her, and took possession. When we had done so, we resolved to engage the men, if we could, to join with those we had, for the pursuing our business. But on a sudden, they having received not their wages, but their share of the money, as we afterwards learned, not one of them was to be found. We inquired much about them, and at length were told that they were all gone together by land to Agra, the great city of the Mogul's residence, to proceed from thence to Surat, and then go by sea to the Gulf of Persia. Nothing had so much troubled me a good while as that I should miss the opportunity of going with them, for such a ramble, I thought, and in such company as would both have guarded and diverted me, would have suited mightily with my great design, and I should have both seen the world and gone homeward too. But I was much better satisfied a few days after, when I came to know what sort of fellows they were, for in short their history was, that this man they called captain was the gunner only, not the commander, that they had been a trading voyage, in which they had been attacked on shore by some of the Malays, who had killed the captain and 3 of his men, and that after the captain was killed, these men, 11 in number, having resolved to run away with the ship, brought her to Bengal, leaving the mate and 5 men more on shore. Well, let them get the ship how they would. We came honestly by her, as we thought, though we did not, I confess, examine into things so exactly as we ought. For we never inquired anything of the seamen, who would certainly have faltered in their account, and contradicted one another. Somehow or other, we should have had reason to have suspected them, but the man showed us a bill of sale for the ship, to one Emmanuel Klostershoven, or some such name, for I suppose it was all a forgery, and called himself by that name, and we could not contradict him. And withal, having no suspicion of the thing, we went through with our bargain. We picked up some more English sailors here after this, and some Dutch, and now we resolved on a second voyage to the southeast for cloves, and sea, that is to say, among the Philippine and Malacca Isles. In short, not to fill up this part of my story with trifles when what is to come is so remarkable, I spent from first to last 6 years in this country, trading from port to port, backward and forward, and with very good success, and was now the last year with my new partner, going in the ship above mentioned, on a voyage to China, but designing first to go to Siam to buy rice. In this voyage, being by contrary winds, obliged to beat up and down a great while in the Straits of Malacca and among the islands, we were no sooner got clear of those difficult seas than we found our ship had sprung a leak, but could not discover where it was. This forced us to make some port, and my partner, who knew the country better than I did, directed the captain to put into the river of Cambodia. For I had made the English mate, one Mr. Thompson, captain, not being willing to take the charge of the ship upon myself. This river lies on the north side of the great bay or gulf which goes up to Siam. While we were here, and going often on shore for refreshment, there comes to me one day an Englishman, a gunner's mate on board an English East India ship, then riding in the same river. "Sir," says he, addressing me, "you are a stranger to me, and I to you, but I have something to tell you that very nearly concerns you. I am moved by the imminent danger you are in, and for aught I see, you have no knowledge of it." "I know no danger I am in," said I, "but that my ship is leaky, and I cannot find it out. But I intend to lay her aground tomorrow to see if I can find it. But, sir," says he, "leaky or not leaky, you will be wiser than to lay your ship on shore tomorrow when you hear what I have to say to you. Do you know, sir," said he, "the town of Cambodia lies about 15 leagues up the river, and there are 2 large English ships about 5 leagues on this side and 3 Dutch." "Well," said I, "and what is that to me?" "Why, sir," said B, "is it for a man that is upon such adventures as you are to come into a port, and not examine first what ships there are there, and whether he is able to deal with them? I suppose you do not think you are a match for them." I could not conceive what he meant, and I turned short upon him and said, "I wish you would explain yourself. I cannot imagine what reason I have to be afraid of any of the company's ships or Dutch ships. I am no interloper. What can they have to say to me?" "Well, sir," says he with a smile, "if you think yourself secure you must take your chance. But take my advice, if you do not put to sea immediately, you will the very next tide be attacked by 5 longboats full of men, and perhaps if you are taken, you will be hanged for a pirate, and the particulars be examined afterwards. I thought, sir," added he, "I should have met with a better reception than this for doing you a piece of service of such importance." "I can never be ungrateful," said I, "for any service, or to any man that offers me any kindness. But it is past my comprehension what they should have such a design upon me for. However, since you say there is no time to be lost, and that there is some villainous design on hand against me, I will go on board this minute, and put to sea immediately if my men can stop the leak. But, sir," said I, "shall I go away ignorant of the cause of all this? Can you give me no further light into it? I can tell you but part of the story." "Sir," says he, "but I have a Dutch seaman here with me, and I believe I could persuade him to tell you the rest, but there is scarce time for it. But the short of the story is this, the first part of which I suppose you know well enough, that you were with this ship at Sumatra, that there your captain was murdered by the Malays with 3 of his men, and that you, or some of those that were on board with you, ran away with the ship and are since turned pirates. This is the sum of the story, and you will all be seized as pirates, I can assure you, and executed with very little ceremony. For you know merchant ships show but little law to pirates if they get them into their power. Now you speak plain English, said I, and I thank you. And though I know nothing that we have done like what you talk of, for I am sure we came honestly and fairly by the ship. Yet seeing such a work as doing, as you say, and that you seem to mean honestly, I will be upon my guard. Nay, sir, says he, do not talk of being upon your guard. The best defense is to be out of danger. If you have any regard for your life and the lives of all your men, put to sea without fail at high water, and as you have a whole tide before you, you will be gone too far out before they can come down, for they will come away at high water, and as they have 20 miles to come, you will get near 2 hours of them by the difference of the tide, not reckoning the length of the way. Besides, as they are only boats, and not ships, they will not venture to follow you far out to sea, especially if it blows. Well, said I, you have been very kind in this. What shall I do to make you amends? Sir, says he, you may not be willing to make me any amends, because you may not be convinced of the truth of it. I will make an offer to you. I have 19 months' pay due to me on board the ship, which I came out of England in, and the Dutchman that is with me has 7 months' pay due to him. If you will make good our pay to us, we will go along with you. If you find nothing more in it, we will desire no more. But if we do convince you that we have saved your lives, and the ship, and the lives of all the men in her, we will leave the rest to you. I consented to this readily, and went immediately on board, and the 2 men with me. As soon as I came to the ship's side, my partner, who was on board, came out on the quarter-deck, and called to me with a great deal of joy. We have stopped the leak, we have stopped the leak. Say you so? Said I, thank God. But weigh anchor then immediately. Weigh, says he, what do you mean by that? What is the matter? Ask no questions, said I, but set all hands to work and weigh without losing a minute. He was surprised. However, he called the captain, and he immediately ordered the anchor to be got up. And though the tide was not quite down, yet a little land breeze blowing, we stood out to sea. Then I called him into the cabin, and told him the story, and we called in the men, and they told us the rest of it. But as it took up a great deal of time, before we had done, a seaman comes to the cabin door, and called out to us that the captain bade him tell us we were chased by 5 sloops, or boats full of men. Very well, said I. Then it is apparent there is something in it. I then ordered all our men to be called up, and told them there was a design to seize the ship, and take us for pirates, and asked them if they would stand by us, and by one another. The men answered cheerfully, one and all, that they would live and die with us. Then I asked the captain what way he thought best for us to manage a fight with them. For resist them, I was resolved we would, and that to the last drop. He said readily that the way was to keep them off with our great shot as long as we could, and then to use our small arms to keep them from boarding us. But when neither of these would do any longer, we would retire to our close quarters. For perhaps they had not materials to break open our bulkheads or get in upon us. The gunner had in the meantime orders to bring 2 guns, to bear fore and aft out of the steerage to clear the deck, and load them with musket bullets and small pieces of old iron, and what came next to hand. Thus we made ready for fight, but all this while we kept out to sea, with wind enough, and could see the boats at a distance, being 5 large longboats, following us with all the sail they could make. 2 of those boats, which by our glasses we could see were English, outsailed the rest, were near 2 leagues ahead of them, and gained upon us considerably, so that we found they would come up with us. Upon which we fired a gun without ball, to intimate that they should bring to, and we put out a flag of truce as a signal for parley, but they came crowding after us till within shot. When we took in our white flag, they having made no answer to it, and hung out a red flag, and fired at them with a shot. Notwithstanding this, they came on till they were near enough to call to them with a speaking trumpet, bidding them keep off at their peril. It was all one. They crowded after us, and endeavored to come under our stern so as to board us on our quarter, upon which, seeing they were resolute for mischief, and depended upon the strength that followed them, I ordered to bring the ship to, so that they lay upon our broadside, when immediately we fired 5 guns at them, one of which had been leveled so true as to carry away the stern of the hindermost boat, and we then forced them to take down their sail, and to run all to the head of the boat, to keep her from sinking. So she lay by and had enough of it. But seeing the foremost boat crowd on after us, we made ready to fire at her in particular. While this was doing, one of the 3 boats that followed made up to the boat which we had disabled, to relieve her, and we could see her take out the men. We then called again to the foremost boat, and offered a truce, to parley again, and to know what her business was with us, but had no answer, only she crowded close under our stern. Upon this, our gunner, who was a very dexterous fellow, ran out his 2 case guns, and fired again at her, but the shot missing, the men in the boat shouted, waved their caps, and came on. The gunner, getting quickly ready again, fired among them a second time, 1 shot of which, though it missed the boat itself, yet fell in among the men, and we could easily see did a great deal of mischief among them. We now wore the ship again, and brought our quarter to bear upon them, and firing 3 guns more, we found the boat was almost split to pieces. In particular, her rudder and a piece of her stern were shot quite away, so they handed her sail immediately, and were in great disorder. To complete their misfortune, our gunner let fly 2 guns at them again. Where he hit them we could not tell, but we found the boat was sinking, and some of the men already in the water. Upon this, I immediately manned out our pinnace, with orders to pick up some of the men if they could, and save them from drowning, and immediately come on board ship with them. Because we saw the rest of the boats began to come up, our men in the pinnace followed their orders, and took up 3 men, one of whom was just drowning, and it was a good while before we could recover him. As soon as they were on board, we crowded all the sail we could make, and stood farther out to the sea, And we found that when the other boats came up to the first, they gave over their chase, being thus delivered from a danger which, though I knew not the reason of it, yet seemed to be much greater than I apprehended. I resolved that we should change our course, and not let anyone know whither we were going. So we stood out to sea eastward, quite out of the course of all European ships, whether they were bound to China or anywhere else, within the commerce of the European nations. When we were at sea, we began to consult with the two seamen, and inquire what the meaning of all this should be. And the Dutchman confirmed the gunner's story about the false sail of the ship, and of the murder of the captain, and also how that he, this Dutchman, and four more got into the woods, where they wandered about a great while, till at length he made his escape, and swam off to a Dutch ship, which was sailing near the shore in its way from China. He then told us that he went to Batavia, where two of the seamen belonging to the ship arrived, having deserted the rest in their travels, and gave an account that the fellow who had run away with the ship sold her at Bengal to a set of pirates, who were gone a-cruising in her, and that they had already taken an English ship, and two Dutch ships very richly laden. This latter part we found to concern us directly, though we knew it to be false. Yet, as my partner said, very justly, if we had fallen into their hands, and they had had such a prepossession against us beforehand, it had been in vain for us to have defended ourselves, or to hope for any good quarter at their hands, especially considering that our accusers had been our judges, and that we could have expected nothing from them but what rage would have dictated, and an ungoverned passion have executed. Therefore it was his opinion we should go directly back to Bengal, from whence we came, without putting in at any port, whatever, because where we could give a good account of ourselves, could prove where we were when the ship put in, of whom we bought her, and the like. And what was more than all the rest, if we were put upon the necessity of bringing it before the proper judges, we should be sure to have some justice, and not to be hanged first and judged afterwards. I was some time of my partner's opinion, but after a little more serious thinking, I told him I thought it was a very great hazard for us to attempt returning to Bengal, for that we were on the wrong side of the Straits of Malacca, and that if the alarm was given, we should be sure to be waylaid on every side, that if we should be taken, as it were, running away, we should even condemn ourselves, and there would want no more evidence to destroy us. I also asked the English sailor's opinion, who said he was of my mind, and that we certainly should be taken. This danger a little startled my partner and all the ship's company, and we immediately resolved to go away to the coast of Tonquin, and so on to the coast of Chinan, pursuing the first design as to trade, find some way or other to dispose of the ship, and come back in some of the vessels of the country, such as we could get. This was approved of as the best method for our security, and accordingly we steered away NNE, keeping above 50 leagues off from the usual course to the eastward. This, however, put us to some inconvenience. For first, the winds, when we came that distance from the shore, seemed to be more steadily against us, blowing almost trade, as we call it, from the and E, so that we were a long while upon our voyage, and we were but ill provided with victuals for so long a run. And what was still worse, there was some danger that those English and Dutch ships whose boats pursued us, whereof some were bound that way, might have got in before us. And if not, some other ship bound to China might have information of us from them, and pursue us with the same vigor. I must confess I was now very uneasy, and thought myself, including the late escape from the longboats, to have been in the most dangerous condition that ever I was in through my past life, for whatever ill circumstances I had been in. I was never pursued for a thief before, nor had I ever done anything that merited the name of dishonest or fraudulent, much less thievish. I had chiefly been my own enemy, or, as I may rightly say, I had been nobody's enemy but my own. But now I was woefully embarrassed, for though I was perfectly innocent, I was in no condition to make that innocence appear, and if I had been taken, it had been under a supposed guilt of the worst kind. This made me very anxious to make an escape, though which way to do it I knew not, or what port or place we could go to. My partner endeavored to encourage me by describing the several ports of that coast, and told me he would put in on the coast of Cochin China, or the Bay of Tonquin, intending afterwards to go to Macao, where a great many European families resided, and particularly the missionary priests, who usually went thither in order to their going forward to China. Hither then we resolved to go, and accordingly, though after a tedious course, and very much straitened for provisions, we came within sight of the coast very early in the morning, and upon reflection on the past circumstances of danger we were in, we resolved to put into a small river, which, however, had depth enough of water for us, and to see if we could, either overland or by the ship's pinnace, come to know what ships were in any port thereabouts. This happy step was, indeed, our deliverance. For though we did not immediately see any European ships in the Bay of Tonquin, yet the next morning there came into the bay 2 Dutch ships, and a third without any colors spread out, but which we believed to be a Dutchman, passed by at about 2 leagues distance, steering for the coast of China, and in the afternoon went by 2 English ships steering the same course. And thus we thought we saw ourselves beset with enemies both one way and the other. The place we were in was wild and barbarous, the people thieves by occupation, and though it is true we had not much to seek of them, and, except getting a few provisions, cared not how little we had to do with them, yet it was with much difficulty that we kept ourselves from being insulted by them several ways. We were in a small river of this country, within a few leagues of its utmost limits northward, and by our boat we coasted northeast to the point of land, which opens the great Bay of Tonquin, and it was in this, beating up along the shore, that we discovered we were surrounded with enemies. The people we were among were the most barbarous of all the inhabitants of the coast, and among other customs they have this one, that if any vessel has the misfortune to be shipwrecked upon their coast, they make the men all prisoners or slaves. And it was not long before we found a spice of their kindness this way, on the occasion following. I have observed above that our ship sprung a leak at sea, and that we could not find it out. And it happened that, as I have said, it was stopped unexpectedly, on the eve of our being pursued by the Dutch and English ships in the Bay of Siam. Yet, as we did not find the ship so perfectly tight and sound as we desired, we resolved while we were at this place to lay her on shore, and clean her bottom, and if possible to find out where the leaks were. Accordingly, having lightened the ship and brought all our guns and other movables to one side, we tried to bring her down, that we might come at her bottom. But on second thoughts, we did not care to lay her on dry ground, neither could we find out a proper place for it. Chapter XII the carpenter's whimsical contrivance. The inhabitants came wandering down the shore to look at us, and seeing the ship lie down on one side in such a manner, and heeling in towards the shore, and not seeing our men, who were at work on her bottom with stages, and with their boats on the off side, they presently concluded that the ship was cast away, and lay fast on the ground. On this supposition they came about us in 2 or 3 hours' time with 10 or 12 large boats, having some of them 8. Some 10 men in a boat, intending, no doubt, to have come on board and plundered the ship, and if they found us there, to have carried us away for slaves. When they came up to the ship and began to row round her, they discovered us all hard at work on the outside of the ship's bottom and side, washing and graving, and stopping as every seafaring man knows how. They stood for a while gazing at us, and we, who were a little surprised, could not imagine what their design was, but being willing to be sure, we took this opportunity to get some of us into the ship, and others to hand down arms and ammunition to those that were at work, to defend themselves with if there should be occasion. And it was no more than need, for in less than a quarter of an hour's consultation, they agreed, it seems, that the ship was really a wreck, and that we were all at work endeavoring to save her, or to save our lives by the help of our boats. And when we handed our arms into the boat, they concluded by that act that we were endeavoring to save some of our goods. Upon this, they took it for granted we all belonged to them, and away they came directly upon our men, as if it had been in a line of battle. Our men, seeing so many of them, began to be frightened, for we lay but in an ill posture to fight, and cried out to us to know what they should do. I immediately called to the men that worked upon the stages to slip them down, and get up the side into the ship, and bade those in the boat to row round and come on board. The few who were on board worked with all the strength and hands we had to bring the ship to rights. However, neither the men upon the stages nor those in the boats could do as they were ordered before the Cochin Chinese were upon them. When 2 of their boats boarded our longboat and began to lay hold of the men as their prisoners. The first man they laid hold of was an English seaman, a stout, strong fellow, who, having a musket in his hand, never offered to fire it, but laid it down in the boat, like a fool as I thought. But he understood his business better than I could teach him, for he grappled the pagan, and dragged him by main force out of their boat into ours, where, taking him by the ears, he beat his head so against the boat's gunwale that the fellow died in his hands. In the meantime, a Dutchman who stood next took up the musket, and with the butt end of it so laid about him that he knocked down 5 of them who attempted to enter the boat. But this was doing little towards resisting 30 or 40 men, who, fearless because ignorant of their danger, began to throw themselves into the longboat, where we had but 5 men in all to defend it. But the following accident, which deserved our laughter, gave our men a complete victory. Our carpenter being prepared to grave the outside of the ship, as well as to pay the seams where he had caulked her to stop the leaks, had got 2 kettles just let down into the boat, one filled with boiling pitch, and the other with rosin, tallow, and oil, and such stuff as the shipwrights use for that work. And the man that attended the carpenter had a great iron ladle in his hand, with which he supplied the men that were at work with the hot stuff. 2 of the enemy's men entered the boat just where this fellow stood in the foresheets. He immediately saluted them with a ladle full of the stuff, boiling hot, which so burned and scalded them, being half naked, that they roared out like bulls, and, enraged with the fire, leaped both into the sea. The carpenter saw it and cried out, "Well done! Jack, give them some more of it." And stepping forward himself, takes one of the mops, and dipping it in the pitch pot, he and his man threw it among them so plentifully that, in short, of all the men in the 3 boats, there was not one that escaped being scalded in a most frightful manner, and made such a howling and crying that I never heard a worse noise. I was never better pleased with a victory in my life, not only as it was a perfect surprise to me, and that our danger was imminent before, but as we got this victory without any bloodshed, except of that man the seaman killed with his naked hands, and which I was very much concerned at, although it may be a just thing, because necessary, for there is no necessary wickedness in nature, yet I thought it was a sad sort of life, when we must be always obliged to be killing our fellow creatures to preserve ourselves. And indeed, I think so still, and I would even now suffer a great deal rather than I would take away the life even of the worst person injuring me. And I believe all considering people, who know the value of life, would be of my opinion if they entered seriously into the consideration of it. All the while this was doing, my partner and I, who managed the rest of the men on board, had with great dexterity brought the ship almost to rights, and having got the guns into their places again, the gunner called to me to bid our boat get out of the way, for he would let fly among them. I called back again to him, and bid him not offer to fire, for the carpenter would do the work without him, but bid him heat another pitch kettle, which our cook, who was on board, took care of. However, the enemy was so terrified with what they had met with in their first attack that they would not come on again. And some of them who were farthest off, seeing the ship swim, as it were, upright, began, as we suppose, to see their mistake, and gave over the enterprise, finding it was not as they expected. Thus we got clear of this merry fight, and having got some rice and some roots and bread, with about 16 hogs, on board 2 days before, we resolved to stay here no longer, but go forward, whatever came of it. For we made no doubt, but we should be surrounded the next day with rogues enough, perhaps more than our pitch kettle would dispose of for us. We therefore got all our things on board the same evening, and the next morning were ready to sail. In the meantime, lying at anchor at some distance from the shore, we were not so much concerned, being now in a fighting posture, as well as in a sailing posture. If any enemy had presented, the next day, having finished our work within board, and finding our ship was perfectly healed of all her leaks, we set sail. We would have gone into the Bay of Tonquin, for we wanted to inform ourselves of what was to be known concerning the Dutch ships that had been there. But we durst not stand in there, because we had seen several ships go in, as we supposed, but a little before. So we kept on towards the island of Formosa, as much afraid of being seen by a Dutch or English merchant ship, as a Dutch or English merchant ship in the Mediterranean is of an Algerine man-of-war. When we were thus got to sea, we kept on as if we would go to the Manillas or the Philippine Islands. And this we did that we might not fall into the way of any of the European ships. And then we steered north, till we came to the latitude of 22 degrees 30 seconds, by which means we made the island of Formosa directly, where we came to an anchor, in order to get water and fresh provisions, which the people there, who are very courteous in their manners, supplied us with willingly, and dealt very fairly and punctually with us in all their agreements and bargains. This is what we did not find among other people, and may be owing to the remains of Christianity, which was once planted here by a Dutch missionary of Protestants. And it is a testimony of what I have often observed, viz., that the Christian religion always civilizes the people and reforms their manners where it is received, whether it works saving effects upon them or no. From thence we sailed still north, keeping the coast of China at an equal distance, till we knew we were beyond all the ports of China where our European ships usually come, being resolved, if possible, not to fall into any of their hands, especially in this country where, as our circumstances were, we could not fail of being entirely ruined, being now come to the latitude of 30 degrees. We resolved to put into the first trading port we should come at, and standing in for the shore, a boat came of 2 leagues to us with an old Portuguese pilot on board, who, knowing us to be an European ship, came to offer his service, which indeed we were glad of and took him on board, upon which, without asking us whither we would go, he dismissed the boat he came in and sent it back, I thought it was now so much in our choice to make the old man carry us whither we would, that I began to talk to him about carrying us to the Gulf of Nankin, which is the most northern part of the coast of China. The old man said he knew the Gulf of Nankin very well, but smiling, asked us what we would do there. I told him we would sell our cargo and purchase China wares, calicos, raw silks, tea, wrought silks, and sea, and so we would return by the same course we came. He told us our best port would have been to put in at Macau, where we could not have failed of a market for our opium to our satisfaction, and might for our money have purchased all sorts of China goods as cheap as we could at Nankin, not being able to put the old man out of his talk, of which he was very opinionated or conceited. I told him we were gentlemen as well as merchants, and that we had a mind to go and see the great city of Pekin and the famous court of the monarch of China. Why, then, says the old man, you should go to Ningpo where, by the river which runs into the sea there, you may go up within 5 leagues of the great canal. This canal is a navigable stream, which goes through the heart of that vast empire of China, crosses all the rivers, passes some considerable hills by the help of sluices and gates, and goes up to the city of Pekin, being in length near 270 leagues. Well, said I, Senor Portuguese, but that is not our business now. The great question is if you can carry us up to the city of Nankin, from whence we can travel to Pekin afterwards. He said he could do so very well, and that there was a great Dutch ship gone up that way just before. This gave me a little shock, for a Dutch ship was now our terror, and we had much rather have met the devil, at least if he had not come in too frightful a figure, and we depended upon it that a Dutch ship would be our destruction, for we were in no condition to fight them, all the ships they trade with into those parts being of great burden, and of much greater force than we were. The old man found me a little confused, and under some concern when he named a Dutch ship, and said to me, Sir, you need be under no apprehensions of the Dutch. I suppose they are not now at war with your nation. No, said I, that's true, but I know not what liberties men may take when they are out of the reach of the laws of their own country. Why, says he, you are no pirates, what need you fear? They will not meddle with peaceable merchants. Sure. These words put me into the greatest disorder and confusion imaginable. Nor was it possible for me to conceal it so, but the old man easily perceived it. Sir, says he, I find you are in some disorder in your thoughts at my talk. Pray be pleased to go which way you think fit, and depend upon it, I'll do you all the service I can. Upon this we fell into further discourse, in which, to my alarm and amazement, he spoke of the villainous doings of a certain pirate ship that had long been the talk of mariners in those seas. No other, in a word, than the very ship he was now on board of, and which we had so unluckily purchased. I presently saw there was no help for it, but to tell him the plain truth, and explain all the danger and trouble we had suffered through this misadventure, and in particular, our earnest wish to be speedily quit of the ship altogether, for which reason we had resolved to carry her up to Nankin. The old man was amazed at this relation, and told us we were in the right to go away to the north, and that, if he might advise us, it should be to sell the ship in China, which we might well do, and buy or build another in the country, adding that I should meet with customers enough for the ship at Nankin, that a Chinese junk would serve me very well to go back again, and that he would procure me people both to buy one and sell the other. Well, but Sanya, said I, as you say they know the ship so well, I may perhaps, if I follow your measures, be instrumental to bring some honest, innocent men into a terrible broil. For wherever they find the ship, they will prove the guilt upon the men. By proving this was the ship, why, says the old man, I'll find out a way to prevent that. For as I know all those commanders you speak of very well, and shall see them all as they pass by, I will be sure to set them to rights in the thing, and let them know that they had been so much in the wrong, that though the people who were on board at first might run away with the ship, yet it was not true that they had turned pirates, and that, in particular, these were not the men that first went off with the ship, but innocently bought her for their trade. And I am persuaded they will so far believe me as at least to act more cautiously for the time to come. In about 13 days' sail, we came to an anchor at the southwest point of the great Gulf of Nankin, where I learned by accident that 2 Dutch ships were gone the length before me, and that I should certainly fall into their hands. I consulted my partner again in this exigency, and he was as much at a loss as I was. I then asked the old pilot if there was no creek or harbor which I might put into and pursue my business with the Chinese privately, and be in no danger of the enemy. He told me if I would sail to the southward about 42 leagues, there was a little port called Quinchang, where the fathers of the mission usually landed from Macau on their progress to teach the Christian religion to the Chinese, and where no European ships ever put in. And if I thought to put in there, I might consider what further course to take when I was on shore. He confessed, he said, it was not a place for merchants, except that at some certain times they had a kind of affair there, when the merchants from Japan came over thither to buy Chinese merchandises. The name of the port I may perhaps spell wrong. Having lost this, together with the names of many other places set down in a little pocketbook, which was spoiled by the water by an accident. But this I remember, that the Chinese merchants we corresponded with called it by a different name from that which our Portuguese pilot gave it, who pronounced it Quinchang. As we were unanimous in our resolution to go to this place, we weighed the next day, having only gone twice on shore where we were, to get fresh water, on both which occasions the people of the country were very civil, and brought abundance of provisions to sell to us. But nothing without money. We did not come to the other port, the wind being contrary for 5 days. But it was very much to our satisfaction, and I was thankful when I set my foot on shore, resolving, and my partner too, that if it was possible to dispose of ourselves and effects any other way, though not profitably, we would never more set foot on board that unhappy vessel. Indeed, I must acknowledge that of all the circumstances of life that ever I had any experience of, nothing makes mankind so completely miserable as that of being in constant fear. Well does the Scripture say, "The fear of man brings a snare." It is a life of death, and the mind is so entirely oppressed by it that it is capable of no relief, nor did it fail of its usual operations upon the fancy by heightening every danger, representing the English and Dutch captains to be men incapable of hearing reason, or of distinguishing between honest men and rogues, or between a story calculated for our own turn, made out of nothing, on purpose to deceive, and a true, genuine account of our whole voyage, progress, and design. For we might many ways have convinced any reasonable creatures that we were not pirates. The goods we had on board, the course we steered, our frankly showing ourselves, and entering into such and such ports, and even our very manner. The force we had, the number of men, the few arms, the little ammunition, short provisions, all these would have served to convince any men that we were no pirates. The opium and other goods we had on board would make it appear the ship had been at Bengal. The Dutchmen who, it was said, had the names of all the men that were in the ship, might easily see that we were a mixture of English, Portuguese, and Indians, and but two Dutchmen on board. These, and many other particular circumstances, might have made it evident to the understanding of any commander, whose hands we might fall into, that we were no pirates, but fear, that blind, useless passion, worked another way, and threw us into the vapors. It bewildered our understandings, and set the imagination at work to form 1,000 terrible things that perhaps might never happen. We first supposed, as indeed everybody had related to us, that the seamen on board the English and Dutch ships, but especially the Dutch, were so enraged at the name of a pirate, and especially at our beating off their boats and escaping, that they would not give themselves leave to inquire whether we were pirates or no, but would execute us offhand, without giving us any room for a defense. We reflected that there really was so much apparent evidence before them that they would scarce inquire after any more. As first, that the ship was certainly the same, and that some of the seamen among them knew her and had been on board her, and secondly, that when we had intelligence at the river of Cambodia that they were coming down to examine us, we fought their boats and fled. Therefore we made no doubt, but they were as fully satisfied of our being pirates as we were satisfied of the contrary. And, as I often said, I know not but I should have been apt to have taken those circumstances for evidence, if the tables were turned, and my case was theirs, and have made no scruple of cutting all the crew to pieces, without believing, or perhaps considering, what they might have to offer in their defense. But let that be how it will, these were our apprehensions, and both my partner and I scarce, slept a night without dreaming of halters and yardarms, of fighting and being taken, of killing and being killed. And one night I was in such a fury in my dream, fancying the Dutchmen had boarded us, and I was knocking one of their seamen down, that I struck my doubled fist against the side of the cabin. I lay in with such a force as wounded my hand grievously, broke my knuckles, and cut and bruised the flesh, so that it awaked me out of my sleep. Another apprehension I had was the cruel usage we might meet with from them if we fell into their hands. Then the story of Ambona came into my head, and how the Dutch might perhaps torture us, as they did our countrymen there, and make some of our men, by extremity of torture, confess to crimes they never were guilty of, or own themselves and all of us to be pirates, and so they would put us to death with a formal appearance of justice, and that they might be tempted to do this for the gain of our ship and cargo, worth altogether 4 or 5 thousand pounds. We did not consider that the captains of ships have no authority to act thus, and if we had surrendered prisoners to them, they could not answer the destroying us or torturing us, but would be accountable for it when they came to their country. However, if they were to act thus with us, what advantage would it be to us that they should be called to an account for it? Or if we were first to be murdered, what satisfaction would it be to us to have them punished when they came home? I cannot refrain taking notice here what reflections I now had upon the vast variety of my particular circumstances. How hard I thought it that I, who had spent 40 years in a life of continual difficulties, and was at last come, as it were, to the port or haven which all men drive at, viz., to have rest and plenty, should be a volunteer in new sorrows by my own unhappy choice, and that I, who had escaped so many dangers in my youth, should now come to be hanged in my old age, and in so remote a place, for a crime which I was not in the least inclined to, much less guilty of. After these thoughts, something of religion would come in, and I would be considering that this seemed to me to be a disposition of immediate providence, and I ought to look upon it and submit to it as such. For, although I was innocent as to men, I was far from being innocent as to my Maker, and I ought to look in and examine what other crimes in my life were most obvious to me, and for which Providence might justly inflict this punishment as a retribution, and thus I ought to submit to this, just as I would to a shipwreck. If it had pleased God to have brought such a disaster upon me, in its turn, natural courage would sometimes take its place, and then I would be talking myself up to vigorous resolutions, that I would not be taken to be barbarously used by a parcel of merciless wretches in cold blood, that it were much better to have fallen into the hands of the savages, though I were sure they would feast upon me when they had taken me, than those who would perhaps glut their rage upon me by inhuman tortures and barbarities, that in the case of the savages, I always resolved to die fighting to the last gasp, and why should I not do so now? Whenever these thoughts prevailed, I was sure to put myself into a kind of fever with the agitation of a supposed fight. My blood would boil, and my eyes sparkle, as if I was engaged, and I always resolved to take no quarter at their hands. But even at last, if I could resist no longer, I would blow up the ship and all that was in her, and leave them but little booty to boast of. Chapter XII Arrival in China. The greater weight, the anxieties and perplexities of these things were to our thoughts while we were at sea. The greater was our satisfaction when we saw ourselves on shore, and my partner told me he dreamed that he had a very heavy load upon his back, which he was to carry up a hill, and found that he was not able to stand longer under it, but that the Portuguese pilot came and took it off his back. And the hill disappeared, the ground before him appearing all smooth and plain, and truly it was so. They were all like men who had a load taken off their backs. For my part, I had a weight taken off from my heart that it was not able any longer to bear. And as I said above, we resolved to go no more to sea in that ship. When we came on shore, the old pilot, who was now our friend, got us a lodging together with a warehouse for our goods. It was a little hut with a larger house adjoining to it, built and also palisadoed round with canes, to keep out pilferers, of which there were not a few in that country. However, the magistrates allowed us a little guard, and we had a soldier with a kind of half-pike, who stood sentinel at our door, to whom we allowed a pint of rice, and a piece of money about the value of 3 pence per day, so that our goods were kept very safe. The fair or mart, usually kept at this place, had been over some time. However, we found that there were 3 or 4 junks in the river, and 2 ships from Japan, with goods which they had bought in China, and were not gone away, having some Japanese merchants on shore. The first thing our old Portuguese pilot did for us was to get us acquainted with 3 missionary Romish priests who were in the town, and who had been there some time, converting the people to Christianity, but we thought they made but poor work of it, and made them but sorry Christians when they had done. One of these was a Frenchman, whom they called Father Simon, another was a Portuguese, and a third a Genoese. Father Simon was courteous and very agreeable company, but the other 2 were more reserved, seemed rigid and austere, and applied seriously to the work they came about, viz., to talk with and insinuate themselves among the inhabitants wherever they had opportunity. We often ate and drank with those men. And though I must confess the conversion, as they call it, of the Chinese to Christianity is so far from the true conversion required to bring heathen people to the faith of Christ, that it seems to amount to little more than letting them know the name of Christ, and say some prayers to the Virgin Mary and her Son, in a tongue which they understood not, and to cross themselves, and the like. Yet it must be confessed that the religionists, whom we call missionaries, have a firm belief that these people will be saved, and that they are the instruments of it, and on this account they undergo not only the fatigue of the voyage, and the hazards of living in such places, but oftentimes death itself, and the most violent tortures for the sake of this work. Father Simon was appointed, it seems by order of the chief of the mission, to go up to Pekin, and waited only for another priest, who was ordered to come to him from Macau to go along with him. We scarce ever met together, but he was inviting me to go that journey, telling me how he would show me all the glorious things of that mighty empire, and among the rest, Pekin, the greatest city in the world, a city, said he, that your London and our Paris put together cannot be equal to. But as I looked on those things with different eyes from other men, so I shall give my opinion of them in a few words, when I come in the course of my travels to speak more particularly of them. Dining with Father Simon one day, and being very merry together, I showed some little inclination to go with him. And he pressed me and my partner very hard to consent. Why, father, says my partner, should you desire our company so much? You know we are heretics, and you do not love us, nor cannot keep us company with any pleasure. Oh, says he, you may perhaps be good Catholics in time. My business here is to convert heathens, and who knows but I may convert you too. Very well, father, said I. So you will preach to us all the way. I will not be troublesome to you, says he. Our religion does not divest us of good manners. Besides, we are here like countrymen, and so we are compared to the place we are in. And if you are Huguenots, and I a Catholic, we may all be Christians at last. At least, we are all gentlemen, and we may converse so, without being uneasy to one another. I liked this part of his discourse very well, and it began to put me in mind of my priest that I had left in the Brazils. But Father Simon did not come up to his character by a great deal, for though this friar had no appearance of a criminal levity in him, yet he had not that fund of Christian zeal, strict piety, and sincere affection to religion that my other good ecclesiastic had. But to leave him a little, though he never left us, nor solicited us to go with him, we had something else before us at first. For we had all this while our ship and our merchandise to dispose of, and we began to be very doubtful what we should do, for we were now in a place of very little business. Once I was about to venture to sail for the river of Kilem and the city of Nankin, but Providence seemed now more visibly, as I thought, than ever to concern itself in our affairs, and I was encouraged from this very time to think I should, one way or other, get out of this entangled circumstance and be brought home to my own country again, though I had not the least view of the manner. Providence, I say, began here to clear up our way a little, and the first thing that offered was that our old Portuguese pilot brought a Japan merchant to us, who inquired what goods we had, and, in the first place, he bought all our opium and gave us a very good price for it, paying us in gold by weight, some in small pieces of their own coin, and some in small wedges of about 10 or 12 ounces each. While we were dealing with him for our opium, it came into my head that he might perhaps deal for the ship too, and I ordered the interpreter to propose it to him. He shrunk up his shoulders at it when it was first proposed to him, but in a few days after he came to me, with one of the missionary priests for his interpreter, and told me he had a proposal to make to me, which was this. He had bought a great quantity of our goods, when he had no thoughts of proposals made to him of buying the ship, and that, therefore, he had not money to pay for the ship. But if I would let the same men who were in the ship navigate her, he would hire the ship to go to Japan, and would send them from thence to the Philippine Islands with another loading, which he would pay the freight of before they went from Japan, and that at their return he would buy the ship. I began to listen to his proposal, and so eager did my head still run upon rambling, that I could not but begin to entertain a notion of going myself with him, and so to set sail from the Philippine Islands away to the South Seas. Accordingly, I asked the Japanese merchant if he would not hire us to the Philippine Islands and discharge us there. He said no, he could not do that, for then he could not have the return of his cargo, but he would discharge us in Japan at the ship's return. Well, still I was for taking him at that proposal and going myself, but my partner, wiser than myself, persuaded me from it, representing the dangers as well of the seas as of the Japanese, who are a false, cruel, and treacherous people, likewise those of the Spaniards at the Philippines, more false, cruel, and treacherous than they. But to bring this long turn of our affairs to a conclusion, the first thing we had to do was to consult with the captain of the ship, and with his men, and know if they were willing to go to Japan. While I was doing this, the young man whom my nephew had left with me as my companion came up, and told me that he thought that voyage promised very fair, and that there was a great prospect of advantage, and he would be very glad if I undertook it, but that if I would not, and would give him leave, he would go as a merchant, or as I pleased to order him, that if ever he came to England and I was there and alive, he would render me a faithful account of his success, which should be as much mine as I pleased. I was loath to part with him, but considering the prospect of advantage, which really was considerable, and that he was a young fellow likely to do well in it, I inclined to let him go, but I told him I would consult my partner and give him an answer the next day. I discoursed about it with my partner, who thereupon made a most generous offer. "You know it has been an unlucky ship," said he, "and we both resolved not to go to sea in it again, if your steward, so he called my man, will venture the voyage. I will leave my share of the vessel to him, and let him make the best of it. And if we live to meet in England, and he meets with success abroad, he shall account for 1/2 of the profits of the ship's freight to us, the other shall be his own. If my partner, who was no way concerned with my young man, made him such an offer, I could not do less than offer him the same. And all the ship's company being willing to go with him, we made over half the ship to him in property, and took a writing from him, obliging him to account for the other, and away he went to Japan. The Japan merchant proved a very punctual, honest man to him, protected him at Japan, and got him a license to come on shore, which the Europeans in general have not lately obtained. He paid him his freight very punctually, sent him to the Philippines loaded with Japan and China wares, and a supercargo of their own, who, trafficking with the Spaniards, brought back European goods again, and a great quantity of spices. And there he was not only paid his freight very well, and at a very good price, but not being willing to sell the ship. Then the merchant furnished him goods on his own account, and with some money and some spices of his own which he brought with him, he went back to the Manilas, where he sold his cargo very well. Here, having made a good acquaintance at Manila, he got his ship made a free ship, and the governor of Manila hired him to go to Acapulco, on the coast of America, and gave him a license to land there, and to travel to Mexico, and to pass in any Spanish ship to Europe with all his men. He made the voyage to Acapulco very happily, and there he sold his ship, and having there also obtained allowance to travel by land to Portobello, he found means to get to Jamaica, with all his treasure, and about 8 years after came to England exceeding rich. But to return to our particular affairs. Being now to part with the ship and ship's company, it came before us, of course, to consider what recompense we should give to the 2 men that gave us such timely notice of the design against us in the river Cambodia. The truth was, they had done us a very considerable service, and deserved well at our hands, though, by the way, they were a couple of rogues, too, for as they believed the story of our being pirates, and that we had really run away with the ship, they came down to us, not only to betray the design that was formed against us, but to go to sea with us as pirates. One of them confessed afterwards that nothing else but the hopes of going a-roguing brought him to do it. However, the service they did us was not the less, and therefore, as I had promised to be grateful to them, I first ordered the money to be paid them, which they said was due to them on board their respective ships. Over and above that, I gave each of them a small sum of money in gold, which contented them very well. I then made the Englishman gunner in the ship, the gunner being now made second mate and purser. The Dutchman I made boatswain, so they were both very well pleased, and proved very serviceable, being both able seamen and very stout fellows. We were now on shore in China, if I thought myself banished, and remote from my own country at Bengal, where I had many ways to get home for my money. What could I think of myself now? When I was about 1,000 leagues farther off from home, and destitute of all manner of prospect of return, all we had for it was this, that in about 4 months' time there was to be another fair at the place where we were, and then we might be able to purchase various manufactures of the country, and withal might possibly find some Chinese junks from Tonquin for sale. That would carry us and our goods whither we pleased. This I liked very well, and resolved to wait, besides, as our particular persons were not obnoxious. So if any English or Dutch ships came thither, perhaps we might have an opportunity to load our goods and get passage to some other place in India nearer home. Upon these hopes we resolved to continue here, but to divert ourselves. We took 2 or 3 journeys into the country. First, we went 10 days' journey to Nankin, a city well worth seeing. They say it has 1 million of people in it. It is regularly built, and the streets are all straight and cross one another in direct lines. But when I come to compare the miserable people of these countries with ours, their fabrics, their manner of living, their government, their religion, their wealth, and their glory, as some call it, I must confess that I scarcely think it worth my while to mention them here. We wonder at the grandeur, the riches, the pomp, the ceremonies, the government, the manufactures, the commerce, and conduct of these people. Not that there is really any matter for wonder, but because, having a true notion of the barbarity of those countries, the rudeness and the ignorance that prevail there, we do not expect to find any such thing so far off. Otherwise, what are their buildings to the palaces and royal buildings of Europe? What their trade to the universal commerce of England, Holland, France, and Spain? What are their cities to ours, for wealth, strength, gaiety of apparel, rich furniture, and infinite variety? What are their ports, supplied with a few junks and barks, to our navigation, our merchant fleets? Our large and powerful navies. Our city of London has more trade than half their mighty empire, one English, Dutch, or French man-o'-war of 80 guns would be able to fight almost all the shipping belonging to China. But the greatness of their wealth, their trade, the power of their government, and the strength of their armies may be a little surprising to us, because, as I have said, considering them as a barbarous nation of pagans, little better than savages, we did not expect such things among them. But all the forces of their empire, though they were to bring 2 millions of men into the field together, would be able to do nothing but ruin the country and starve themselves. 1 million of their foot could not stand before one embattled body of our infantry, posted so as not to be surrounded, though they were not to be 1 to 20 in number. Nay, I do not boast if I say that 30,000 German or English foot and 10,000 horse, well managed, could defeat all the forces of China. Nor is there a fortified town in China that could hold out 1 month against the batteries and attacks of an European army. They have firearms. It is true, but they are awkward and uncertain in their going off, and their powder has but little strength. Their armies are badly disciplined, and want skill to attack or temper to retreat, and therefore I must confess, it seemed strange to me when I came home and heard our people say such fine things of the power, glory, magnificence, and trade of the Chinese, because, as far as I saw, they appeared to be a contemptible herd or crowd of ignorant, sordid slaves, subjected to a government qualified only to rule such a people, and were not its distance inconceivably great from Muscovy and that empire in a manner as rude, impotent, and ill-governed as they, the Tsar of Muscovy might with ease drive them all out of their country and conquer them in one campaign. And had the Tsar, who is now a growing prince, fallen this way, instead of attacking the warlike Swedes, and equally improved himself in the art of war, as they say he has done, and if none of the powers of Europe had envied or interrupted him, he might by this time have been Emperor of China, instead of being beaten by the King of Sweden at Narva, when the latter was not 1 to 6 in number. As their strength and their grandeur, so their navigation, commerce, and husbandry are very imperfect compared to the same things in Europe, also in their knowledge, their learning, and in their skill in the sciences, they are either very awkward or defective, though they have globes or spheres, and a smattering of the mathematics, and think they know more than all the world besides, but they know little of the motions of the heavenly bodies. And so grossly and absurdly ignorant are their common people, that when the sun is eclipsed, they think a great dragon has assaulted it, and is going to run away with it, and they fall a-clattering with all the drums and kettles in the country to fright the monster away, just as we do to hive a swarm of bees. As this is the only excursion of the kind which I have made in all the accounts I have given of my travels, so I shall make no more such. It is none of my business, nor any part of my design, but to give an account of my own adventures through a life of inimitable wanderings and a long variety of changes, which perhaps few that come after me will have heard the like of. I shall, therefore, say very little of all the mighty places, desert countries, and numerous people I have yet to pass through, more than relates to my own story, and which my concern among them will make necessary. I was now, as near as I can compute, in the heart of China, about 30 degrees north of the line, for we were returned from Nankin. I had indeed a mind to see the city of Pekin, which I had heard so much of, and Father Simon importuned me daily to do it, at length his time of going away being set, and the other missionary who was to go with him being arrived from Macau. It was necessary that we should resolve either to go or not. So I referred it to my partner, and left it wholly to his choice, who at length resolved it in the affirmative, and we prepared for our journey. We set out with very good advantage as to finding the way, for we got leave to travel in the retinue of one of their mandarins, a kind of viceroy or principal magistrate in the province where they reside, and who take great state upon them, traveling with great attendance, and great homage from the people, who are sometimes greatly impoverished by them, being obliged to furnish provisions for them and all their attendants in their journeys. I particularly observed in our traveling with his baggage, that though we received sufficient provisions both for ourselves and our horses from the country, as belonging to the mandarin, yet we were obliged to pay for everything we had, after the market price of the country, and the mandarin steward collected it duly from us. Thus our traveling in the retinue of the Mandarin, though it was a great act of kindness, was not such a mighty favor to us, but was a great advantage to him, considering there were above 30 other people traveled in the same manner besides us, under the protection of his retinue. For the country furnished all the provisions for nothing to him, and yet he took our money for them. We were 25 days traveling to Pekin, through a country exceeding populous, but I think badly cultivated, the husbandry, the economy, and the way of living miserable, though they boast so much of the industry of the people. I say miserable if compared with our own, but not so to these poor wretches, who know no other. The pride of the poor people is infinitely great, and exceeded by nothing but their poverty, in some parts, which adds to that which I call their misery. And I must needs think the savages of America live much more happy than the poorer sort of these, because as they have nothing, so they desire nothing. Whereas these are proud and insolent, and in the main are in many parts mere beggars and drudges. Their ostentation is inexpressible, and, if they can, they love to keep multitudes of servants or slaves, which is to the last degree ridiculous, as well as their contempt of all the world but themselves. I must confess, I traveled more pleasantly afterwards in the deserts and vast wildernesses of Grand Tartary than here. And yet the roads here are well paved and well kept, and very convenient for travelers. But nothing was more awkward to me than to see such a haughty, imperious, insolent people in the midst of the grossest simplicity and ignorance. And my friend Father Simon and I used to be very merry upon these occasions to see their beggarly pride. For example, coming by the house of a country gentleman, as Father Simon called him, about 10 leagues off the city of Nankin, we had first of all the honor to ride with the master of the house about 2 miles. The state he rode in was a perfect Don Quixotism, being a mixture of pomp and poverty. His habit was very proper for a Merry Andrew, being a dirty calico with hanging sleeves, tassels and cuts and slashes almost on every side. It covered a taffety vest, so greasy as to testify that his honor must be a most exquisite sloven. His horse was a poor, starved, hobbling creature, and 2 slaves followed him on foot to drive the poor creature along. He had a whip in his hand, and he belabored the beast as fast about the head as his slaves did about the tail. And thus he rode by us, with about 10 or 12 servants, going from the city to his country seat, about half a league before us. We traveled on gently, but this figure of a gentleman rode away before us. And as we stopped at a village about an hour to refresh us, when we came by the country seat of this great man, we saw him in a little place before his door, eating a repast. It was a kind of garden, but he was easy to be seen, and we were given to understand that the more we looked at him, the better he would be pleased. He sat under a tree, something like the palmetto, which effectually shaded him over the head, and on the south side, but under the tree was placed a large umbrella, which made that part look well enough. He sat lolling back in a great elbow chair, being a heavy corpulent man, and had his meat brought him by two women slaves. He had two more, one of whom fed the squire with a spoon, and the other held the dish with one hand, and scraped off what he let fall upon his worship's beard and taffety vest. Leaving the poor wretch to please himself with our looking at him, as if we admired his idle pomp, we pursued our journey. Father Simon had the curiosity to stay to inform himself what dainties the country justice had to feed on in all his state, which he had the honor to taste of, and which was, I think, a mess of boiled rice with a great piece of garlic in it, and a little bag filled with green pepper, and another plant which they have there, something like our ginger, but smelling like musk, and tasting like mustard. All this was put together, and a small piece of lean mutton boiled in it. And this was his worship's repast. 4 or 5 servants more attended at a distance, who we supposed were to eat of the same after their master. As for our mandarin with whom we traveled, he was respected as a king, surrounded always with his gentlemen, and attended in all his appearances with such pomp, that I saw little of him but at a distance. I observed that there was not a horse in his retinue, but that our carriers' pack-horses in England seemed to me to look much better, though it was hard to judge rightly, for they were so covered with equipage, mantles, trappings, and sea, that we could scarce see anything but their feet and their heads as they went along. I was now light-hearted, and all my late trouble and perplexity being over, I had no anxious thoughts about me, which made this journey the pleasanter to me, in which no ill accident attended me, only in passing or fording a small river, my horse fell and made me free of the country, as they call it, that is to say, threw me in. The place was not deep, but it wetted me all over. I mention it because it spoiled my pocketbook, wherein I had set down the names of several people and places which I had occasion to remember, and which not taking due care of, the leaves rotted, and the words were never after to be read. At length we arrived at Pekin. I had nobody with me but the youth whom my nephew had given me to attend me as a servant, and who proved very trusty and diligent. And my partner had nobody with him but one servant, who was a kinsman. As for the Portuguese pilot, he being desirous to see the court, we bore his charges for his company, and for our use of him as an interpreter, for he understood the language of the country, and spoke good French and a little English. Indeed, this old man was most useful to us everywhere, for we had not been above a week at Pekin when he came laughing. "Ah, Seigneur Inglese," says he, "I have something to tell will make your heart glad." "My heart glad," says I. "What can that be? I don't know anything in this country can either give me joy or grief to any great degree." "Yes, yes," said the old man in broken English, "make you glad me sorry." "Why," said I, "will it make you sorry?" "Because," said he, "you have brought me here 25 days' journey, and will leave me to go back alone. And which way shall I get to my port afterwards? Without a ship, without a horse, without pecune. So he called money, being his broken Latin, of which he had abundance to make us merry with. In short, he told us there was a great caravan of Muscovite and Polish merchants in the city, preparing to set out on their journey by land to Muscovy within 4 or 5 weeks, and he was sure we would take the opportunity to go with them and leave him behind to go back alone. I confess I was greatly surprised with this good news, and had scarce power to speak to him for some time. But at last I said to him, "How do you know this? Are you sure it is true?" "Yes," says he. "I met this morning in the street an old acquaintance of mine, an Armenian who is among them. He came last from Astrakhan, and was designed to go to Tonquin, where I formerly knew him, but has altered his mind, and is now resolved to go with the caravan to Moscow, and so down the river Volga to Astrakhan. Well, Sanya, says I, do not be uneasy about being left to go back alone. If this be a method for my return to England, it shall be your fault if you go back to Macao at all." We then went to consult together what was to be done, and I asked my partner what he thought of the pilot's news, and whether it would suit with his affairs. He told me he would do just as I would, for he had settled all his affairs so well at Bengal, and left his effects in such good hands, that as we had made a good voyage, if he could invest it in China silks, wrought and raw, he would be content to go to England, and then make a voyage back to Bengal by the company's ships. Having resolved upon this, we agreed that if our Portuguese pilot would go with us, we would bear his charges to Moscow or to England if he pleased. Nor, indeed, were we to be esteemed over-generous in that either, if we had not rewarded him further, the service he had done us being really worth more than that, for he had not only been a pilot to us at sea, but he had been like a broker for us on shore, and his procuring for us a Japan merchant was some hundreds of pounds in our pockets. So, being willing to gratify him, which was but doing him justice, and very willing also to have him with us besides, for he was a most necessary man on all occasions, we agreed to give him a quantity of coined gold, which, as I computed it, was worth 175 pounds sterling between us, and to bear all his charges, both for himself and horse, except only a horse to carry his goods. Having settled this between ourselves, we called him to let him know what we had resolved. I told him he had complained of our being willing to let him go back alone, and I was now about to tell him we designed he should not go back at all. That as we had resolved to go to Europe with the caravan, we were very willing he should go with us, and that we called him to know his mind. He shook his head and said it was a long journey, and that he had no pecune to carry him thither, or to subsist himself when he came there. We told him we believed it was so, and therefore we had resolved to do something for him that should let him see how sensible we were of the service he had done us, and also how agreeable he was to us. And then I told him what we had resolved to give him here, which he might lay out as we would do our own, and that as for his charges, if he would go with us, we would set him safe on shore, life and casualties excepted, either in Muscovy or England, as he would choose, at our own charge, except only the carriage of his goods. He received the proposal like a man transported, and told us he would go with us over all the whole world, and so we all prepared for our journey. However, as it was with us, so it was with the other merchants. They had many things to do, and instead of being ready in 5 weeks, it was 4 months, and some days before all things were got together. Chapter XIV attacked by Tartars. It was the beginning of February, new style. When we set out from Pekin, my partner and the old pilot had gone express back to the port where we had first put in, to dispose of some goods which we had left there, and I, with a Chinese merchant whom I had some knowledge of at Nankin, and who came to Pekin on his own affairs, went to Nankin, where I bought 90 pieces of fine damasks, with about 200 pieces of other very fine silk of several sorts, some mixed with gold, and had all these brought to Pekin against my partner's return. Besides this, we bought a large quantity of raw silk, and some other goods, our cargo amounting, in these goods only, to about 3,500 pounds sterling, which, together with tea and some fine calicoes, and 3 camels' loads of nutmegs and cloves, loaded in all 18 camels for our share, besides those we rode upon. These, with 2 or 3 spare horses, and 2 horses loaded with provisions, made together 26 camels and horses in our retinue. The company was very great, and, as near as I can remember, made between 300 and 400 horses, and upwards of 120 men, very well armed and provided for all events. For as the eastern caravans are subject to be attacked by the Arabs, so are these by the Tartars. The company consisted of people of several nations, but there were above 60 of them merchants or inhabitants of Moscow, though of them some were Livonians. And to our particular satisfaction, 5 of them were Scots, who appeared also to be men of great experience in business and of very good substance. When we had traveled one day's journey, the guides, who were 5 in number, called all the passengers, except the servants, to a great council, as they called it. At this council, every one deposited a certain quantity of money to a common stock, for the necessary expense of buying forage on the way, where it was not otherwise to be had, and for satisfying the guides, getting horses and the like. Here, too, they constituted the journey, as they call it, viz. They named captains and officers to draw us all up, and give the word of command in case of an attack, and give every one their turn of command. Nor was this forming us into order any more than what we afterwards found needful on the way. The road all on this side of the country is very populous, and is full of potters and earth makers, that is to say, people that temper the earth for the china ware. As I was coming along, our Portuguese pilot, who had always something or other to say to make us merry, told me he would show me the greatest rarity in all the country, and that I should have this to say of China, after all the ill-humored things that I had said of it, that I had seen one thing which was not to be seen in all the world beside. I was very importunate to know what it was. At last he told me it was a gentleman's house built with china ware. Well, says I, are not the materials of their buildings the products of their own country? And so it is all china ware, is it not? No, no, says he. I mean it is a house all made of china ware, such as you call it in England, or as it is called in our country, porcelain. Well, says I, such a thing may be. How big is it? Can we carry it in a box upon a camel? If we can, we will buy it. Upon a camel, says the old pilot, holding up both his hands. Why, there is a family of 30 people lives in it. I was then curious indeed to see it, and when I came to it, it was nothing but this. It was a timber house, or a house built, as we call it in England, with lath and plaster. But all this plastering was really china ware, that is to say, it was plastered with the earth that makes china ware. The outside, which the sun shone hot upon, was glazed, and looked very well, perfectly white, and painted with blue figures, as the large china ware in England is painted, and hard as if it had been burnt. As to the inside, all the walls, instead of wainscot, were lined with hardened and painted tiles, like the little square tiles we call galley tiles in England, all made of the finest china, and the figures exceeding fine indeed, with extraordinary variety of colors, mixed with gold, many tiles making but one figure, but joined so artificially, the mortar being made of the same earth, that it was very hard to see where the tiles met. The floors of the rooms were of the same composition, and as hard as the earthen floors we have in use in several parts of England. As hard as stone and smooth, but not burnt and painted, except some smaller rooms like closets, which were all, as it were, paved with the same tile. The ceiling and all the plastering work in the whole house were of the same earth, and after all, the roof was covered with tiles of the same, but of a deep shining black. This was a china warehouse indeed, truly and literally to be called so. And had I not been upon the journey, I could have stayed some days to see and examine the particulars of it. They told me there were fountains and fish ponds in the garden, all paved on the bottom and sides with the same, and fine statues set up in rows on the walks, entirely formed of the porcelain earth, burnt whole, as this is one of the singularities of China, so they may be allowed to excel in it. But I am very sure they excel in their accounts of it, for they told me such incredible things of their performance in crockery ware. For such it is that I care not to relate, as knowing it could not be true. They told me in particular of one workman that made a ship with all its tackle and masts and sails in earthenware, big enough to carry 50 men. If they had told me he launched it, and made a voyage to Japan in it, I might have said something to it indeed, but as it was, I knew the whole of the story. which was, in short, that the fellow lied. So I smiled and said nothing to it. This odd sight kept me 2 hours behind the caravan, for which the leader of it for the day fined me about the value of 3 shillings, and told me if it had been 3 days' journey without the wall, as it was 3 days within, he must have fined me 4 times as much, and made me ask pardon the next council day. I promised to be more orderly, and indeed, I found afterwards the orders made for keeping all together were absolutely necessary for our common safety. In 2 days more we passed the great China Wall, made for a fortification against the Tartars, and a very great work it is, going over hills and mountains in an endless track, where the rocks are impassable, and the precipices such as no enemy could possibly enter, or indeed climb up, or where, if they did, no wall could hinder them. They tell us its length is near 1,000 English miles, but that the country is 500 in a straight measured line, which the wall bounds without measuring the windings and turnings it takes. It is about 4 fathoms high, and as many thick in some places. I stood still an hour or thereabouts without trespassing on our orders, for so long the caravan was in passing the gate, to look at it on every side, near and far off, I mean what was within my view, and the guide, who had been extolling it for the wonder of the world, was mighty eager to hear my opinion of it. I told him it was a most excellent thing to keep out the Tartars, which he happened not to understand as I meant it, and so took it for a compliment, but the old pilot laughed. "Oh, Sanya Inglese," says he, "you speak in colors." "In colors," said I. "What do you mean by that?" "Why, you speak what looks white this way and black that way gay one way and dull another. You tell him it is a good wall to keep out Tartars. You tell me by that it is good for nothing but to keep out Tartars. I understand you. Sanya Inglese, I understand you, but Sanya Chinese understood you his own way. Well, says I, do you think it would stand out an army of our country people with a good train of artillery, or our engineers, with 2 companies of miners? Would not they batter it down in 10 days, that an army might enter in battalia, or blow it up in the air, foundation and all, that there should be no sign of it left? I, says he, I know that. The Chinese wanted mightily to know what I said to the pilot, and I gave him leave to tell him a few days after. For we were then almost out of their country, and he was to leave us a little time after this. But when he knew what I said, he was dumb all the rest of the way, and we heard no more of his fine story of the Chinese power and greatness while he stayed. After we passed this mighty nothing, called a wall, something like the Picts' walls so famous in Northumberland, built by the Romans, we began to find the country thinly inhabited, and the people rather confined to live in fortified towns, as being subject to the inroads and depredations of the Tartars, who rob in great armies, and therefore are not to be resisted by the naked inhabitants of an open country. And here I began to find the necessity of keeping together in a caravan as we traveled, for we saw several troops of Tartars roving about. But when I came to see them distinctly, I wondered more that the Chinese Empire could be conquered by such contemptible fellows. For they are a mere horde of wild fellows, keeping no order and understanding no discipline or manner of it. Their horses are poor lean creatures, taught nothing and fit for nothing, and this we found the first day we saw them, which was after we entered the wilder part of the country. Our leader for the day gave leave for about 16 of us to go a-hunting, as they call it. And what was this but a hunting of sheep? However, it may be called hunting too, for these creatures are the wildest and swiftest of foot that ever I saw of their kind. Only they will not run a great way, and you are sure of sport when you begin the chase, for they appear generally 30 or 40 in a flock, and, like true sheep, always keep together when they fly. In pursuit of this odd sort of game, it was our hap to meet with about 40 Tartars. Whether they were hunting mutton, as we were, or whether they looked for another kind of prey, we know not. But as soon as they saw us, one of them blew a hideous blast on a kind of horn. This was to call their friends about them, and in less than 10 minutes, a troop of 40 or 50 more appeared at about a mile distance. But our work was over first, as it happened. One of the Scots merchants of Moscow happened to be amongst us, and as soon as he heard the horn, he told us that we had nothing to do but to charge them without loss of time, and drawing us up in a line, he asked if we were resolved. We told him we were ready to follow him, so he rode directly towards them. They stood gazing at us like a mere crowd, drawn up in no sort of order at all. But as soon as they saw us advance, they let fly their arrows, which missed us very happily. Not that they mistook their aim, but their distance, for their arrows all fell a little short of us, but with so true an aim, that had we been about 20 yards nearer, we must have had several men wounded, if not killed. Immediately we halted, and though it was at a great distance, we fired, and sent them leaden bullets for wooden arrows, following our shot full gallop. To fall in among them sword in hand for so our bold Scot that led us directed. He was, indeed, but a merchant, but he behaved with such vigor and bravery on this occasion, and yet with such cool courage too, that I never saw any man in action fitter for command. As soon as we came up to them, we fired our pistols in their faces, and then drew. But they fled in the greatest confusion imaginable. The only stand any of them made was on our right, where 3 of them stood, and by signs called the rest to come back to them, having a kind of scimitar in their hands, and their bows hanging to their backs. Our brave commander, without asking anybody to follow him, gallops up close to them, and with his fusee knocks one of them off his horse, killed the second with his pistol, and the third ran away. Thus ended our fight. But we had this misfortune attending it, that all our mutton we had in chase got away. We had not a man killed or hurt. As for the Tartars, there were about 5 of them killed. How many were wounded we knew not. But this we knew, that the other party were so frightened, with the noise of our guns that they fled, and never made any attempt upon us. We were all this while in the Chinese dominions, and therefore the Tartars were not so bold as afterwards. But in about 5 days we entered a vast wild desert, which held us 3 days and nights' march, and we were obliged to carry our water with us in great leathern bottles, and to encamp all night, just as I have heard they do in the desert of Arabia. I asked our guides whose dominion this was in, and they told me this was a kind of border that might be called no man's land, being a part of Great Karakathy or Grand Tartary. That, however, it was all reckoned as belonging to China, but that there was no care taken here to preserve it from the inroads of thieves, and therefore it was reckoned the worst desert in the whole march. Though we were to go over some much larger, in passing this frightful wilderness we saw, 2 or 3 times, little parties of the Tartars, but they seemed to be upon their own affairs, and to have no design upon us. And so, like the man who met the devil, if they had nothing to say to us, we had nothing to say to them, we let them go. Once, however, a party of them came so near as to stand and gaze at us, whether it was to consider if they should attack us or not. We knew not, but when we had passed at some distance by them, we made a rear guard of 40 men and stood ready for them, letting the caravan pass half a mile or thereabouts before us. After a while they marched off, but they saluted us with 5 arrows at their parting, which wounded a horse so that it disabled him, and we left him the next day, poor creature, in great need of a good farrier. We saw no more arrows or Tartars that time. We traveled near a month after this, the ways not being so good as at first. Though still in the dominions of the Emperor of China, but lay for the most part in the villages, some of which were fortified, because of the incursions of the Tartars. When we were come to one of these towns, about 2 days and a half's journey before we came to the city of Naum, I wanted to buy a camel, of which there are plenty to be sold all the way upon that road, and horses also, such as they are. Because so many caravans coming that way, they are often wanted. The person that I spoke to get me a camel would have gone and fetched one for me, but I, like a fool, must be officious and go myself along with him. The place was about 2 miles out of the village, where it seems they kept the camels and horses feeding under a guard. I walked it on foot, with my old pilot and a Chinese, being very desirous of a little variety. When we came to the place it was a low, marshy ground, walled round with stones, piled up dry, without mortar or earth among them, like a park, with a little guard of Chinese soldiers at the door. Having bought a camel, and agreed for the price, I came away, and the Chinese that went with me led the camel, when on a sudden came up 5 Tartars on horseback. 2 of them seized the fellow and took the camel from him, while the other 3 stepped up to me and my old pilot, seeing us, as it were, unarmed, for I had no weapon about me but my sword, which could but ill defend me against 3 horsemen. The first that came up stopped short upon my drawing my sword, for they are arrant cowards. But a second, coming upon my left, gave me a blow on the head, which I never felt till afterwards, and wondered when I came to myself what was the matter, and where I was, for he laid me flat on the ground. But my never-failing old pilot, the Portuguese, had a pistol in his pocket, which I knew nothing of, nor the Tartars either. If they had, I suppose they would not have attacked us, for cowards are always boldest when there is no danger. The old man, seeing me down, with a bold heart stepped up to the fellow that had struck me, and laying hold of his arm with one hand, and pulling him down by main force a little towards him, with the other shot him into the head, and laid him dead upon the spot. He then immediately stepped up to him who had stopped us, as I said, and before he could come forward again, made a blow at him with a scimitar which he always wore, but missing the man, struck his horse in the side of his head, cut one of the ears off by the root, and a great slice down by the side of his face. The poor beast, enraged with the wound, was no more to be governed by his rider, though the fellow sat well enough too, but away he flew, and carried him quite out of the pilot's reach, and at some distance, rising upon his hind legs, threw down the Tartar and fell upon him. In this interval the poor Chinese came in who had lost the camel, but he had no weapon. However, seeing the Tartar down, and his horse fallen upon him, away he runs to him, and seizing upon an ugly weapon he had by his side, something like a poleaxe, he wrenched it from him, and made shift to knock his Tartarian brains out with it. But my old man had the third Tartar to deal with still, and seeing he did not fly, as he expected, nor come on to fight him, as he apprehended, but stood stock still, the old man stood still too, and fell to work with his tackle to charge his pistol again. But as soon as the Tartar saw the pistol away he scoured, and left my pilot, my champion I called him afterwards, a complete victory. By this time I was a little recovered, I thought, when I first began to wake, that I had been in a sweet sleep. But, as I said above, I wondered where I was, how I came upon the ground, and what was the matter. A few moments after, as sense returned, I felt pain, though I did not know where, so I clapped my hand to my head and took it away bloody. Then I felt my head ache, and in a moment memory returned, and everything was present to me again. I jumped upon my feet instantly and got hold of my sword, but no enemies were in view. I found a Tartar lying dead, and his horse standing very quietly by him, and looking further, I saw my deliverer, who had been to see what the Chinese had done, coming back with his hanger in his hand. The old man, seeing me on my feet, came running to me and joyfully embraced me, being afraid before that I had been killed. Seeing me bloody, he would see how I was hurt, but it was not much, only what we call a broken head. Neither did I afterwards find any great inconvenience from the blow, for it was well again in 2 or 3 days. We made no great gain, however, by this victory, for we lost a camel and gained a horse. I paid for the lost camel and sent for another, but I did not go to fetch it myself. I had had enough of that. The city of Naum, which we were approaching, is a frontier of the Chinese Empire and is fortified in their fashion. We wanted, as I have said, above 2 days' journey of this city, when messengers were sent express to every part of the road to tell all travelers and caravans to halt till they had a guard sent for them. For that an unusual body of Tartars, making 10,000 in all, had appeared in the way, about 30 miles beyond the city. This was very bad news to travelers. However, it was carefully done of the governor, and we were very glad to hear we should have a guard. Accordingly, 2 days after, we had 200 soldiers sent us from a garrison of the Chinese on our left, and 300 more from the city of Naum, and with these we advanced boldly. The 300 soldiers from Naum marched in our front, the 200 in our rear, and our men on each side of our camels, with our baggage and the whole caravan in the center. In this order, and well prepared for battle, we thought ourselves a match for the whole 10,000 Mogul Tartars, if they had appeared. But the next day, when they did appear, it was quite another thing. Chapter XV description of an idol, which they destroy early in the morning. When marching from a little town called Changu, we had a river to pass, which we were obliged to ferry, and had the Tartars had any intelligence, then had been the time to have attacked us. When the caravan being over, the rear guard was behind, but they did not appear there. About 3 hours after, when we were entered upon a desert of about 15 or 16 miles over, we knew by a cloud of dust they raised that the enemy was at hand. And presently they came on upon the spur. Our Chinese guards in the front, who had talked so big the day before, began to stagger. And the soldiers frequently looked behind them, a certain sign in a soldier that he is just ready to run away. My old pilot was of my mind, and being near me, called out, "Seigneur Inglese, these fellows must be encouraged, or they will ruin us all. For if the Tartars come on, they will never stand it." "If am of your mind," said I, "but what must be done?" "Done," says he, "let 50 of our men advance, and flank them on each wing, and encourage them. They will fight like brave fellows in brave company, but without this, they will every man turn his back." Immediately I rode up to our leader and told him, who was exactly of our mind. Accordingly, 50 of us marched to the right wing, and 50 to the left, and the rest made a line of rescue. And so we marched, leaving the last 200 men to make a body of themselves, and to guard the camels, only that, if need were, they should send 100 men to assist the last 50. At last the Tartars came on, and an innumerable company they were. How many we could not tell, but 10,000. We thought at the least. A party of them came on first and viewed our posture, traversing the ground in the front of our line, and, as we found them within gunshot, our leader ordered the 2 wings to advance swiftly and give them a salvo on each wing with their shot, which was done. They then went off, I suppose to give an account of the reception they were like to meet with. Indeed, that salute cloyed their stomachs, for they immediately halted, stood a while to consider of it, and wheeling off to the left, they gave over their design for that time, which was very agreeable to our circumstances. 2 days after we came to the city of Non, or Naum, we thanked the governor for his care of us, and collected to the value of 100 crowns, or thereabouts, which we gave to the soldiers sent to guard us, and here we rested one day. This is a garrison indeed, and there were 900 soldiers kept here. But the reason of it was that formerly the Muscovite frontiers lay nearer to them than they now do. The Muscovites having abandoned that part of the country, which lies from the city west for about 200 miles, as desolate and unfit for use, and more especially being so very remote, and so difficult to send troops thither for its defense. For we were yet above 2,000 miles from Muscovy, properly so called. After this, we passed several great rivers, and 2 dreadful deserts, one of which we were 16 days passing over. And on the 13th of April, we came to the frontiers of the Muscovite dominions. I think the first town or fortress, whichever it may he called, that belonged to the Tsar, was called Arguna, being on the west side of the river Arguna. I could not but feel great satisfaction that I was arrived in a country governed by Christians, for though the Muscovites do, in my opinion, but just deserve the name of Christians, yet such they pretend to be, and are very devout in their way. It would certainly occur to any reflecting man who travels the world as I have done, what a blessing it is to be brought into the world, where the name of God and a Redeemer is known, adored, and worshipped, and not where the people, given up to strong delusions, worship the devil and prostrate themselves to monsters, elements, horrid-shaped animals, and monstrous images. Not a town or city we passed through but had their pagodas, their idols and their temples, and ignorant people worshipping even the works of their own hands. Now we came where, at least, a face of the Christian worship appeared, where the knee was bowed to Jesus, and whether ignorantly or not, yet the Christian religion was owned, and the name of the true God was called upon and adored, and it made my soul rejoice to see it. I saluted the brave Scots merchant with my first acknowledgment of this, and taking him by the hand, I said to him, "Blessed be God. We are once again amongst Christians." He smiled and answered, "Do not rejoice too soon, countrymen. These Muscovites are but an odd sort of Christians, and but for the name of it, you may see very little of the substance for some months further of our journey." "Well," says I, "but still it is better than paganism and worshipping of devils." "Why, I will tell you," says he, "except the Russian soldiers in the garrisons, and a few of the inhabitants of the cities upon the road, all the rest of this country, for above 1,000 miles farther, is inhabited by the worst and most ignorant of pagans." And so, indeed, we found it. We now launched into the greatest piece of solid earth that is to be found in any part of the world. We had, at least, 12,000 miles to the sea eastward, 2,000 to the bottom of the Baltic Sea westward, and above 3,000. If we left that sea, and went on west to the British and French channels. We had full 5,000 miles to the Indian or Persian Sea south, and about 800 to the Frozen Sea north. We advanced from the river Arguna by easy and moderate journeys, and were very visibly obliged to the care the Tsar has taken to have cities and towns built in as many places as it is possible to place them, where his soldiers keep garrison, something like the stationary soldiers placed by the Romans in the remotest countries of their empire, some of which I had read of were placed in Britain. For the security of commerce and for the lodging of travelers. Thus it was here, for wherever we came, though at these towns and stations the garrisons and governors were Russians and professed Christians, yet the inhabitants were mere pagans, sacrificing to idols and worshipping the sun, moon, and stars, or all the host of heaven. And not only so, but were, of all the heathens and pagans that ever I met with, the most barbarous, except only that they did not eat men's flesh. Some instances of this we met with in the country between Arguna, where we enter the Muscovite dominions, and a city of Tartars and Russians together, called Nortsiisky, in which is a continued desert or forest, which cost us 20 days to travel over. In a village near the last of these places, I had the curiosity to go and see their way of living, which is most brutish and unsufferable. They had, I suppose, a great sacrifice that day, for there stood out upon an old stump of a tree a diabolical kind of idol made of wood. It was dressed up, too, in the most filthy manner. Its upper garment was of sheepskins with the wool outward, a great Tartar bonnet on the head with 2 horns growing through it. It was about 8 feet high, yet had no feet or legs, nor any other proportion of parts. This scarecrow was set up at the outer side of the village, and when I came near to it, there were 16 or 17 creatures, all lying flat upon the ground round this hideous block of wood. I saw no motion among them, any more than if they had been all logs, like the idol, and at first I really thought they had been so. But when I came a little nearer, they started up upon their feet and raised a howl, as if it had been so many deep-mouthed hounds, and walked away, as if they were displeased at our disturbing them. A little way off from the idol, and at the door of a hut, made of sheep and cow skins dried, stood 3 men with long knives in their hands. And in the middle of the tent appeared 3 sheep killed and 1 young bullock. These, it seems, were sacrifices to that senseless log of an idol. The 3 men were priests belonging to it, and the 17 prostrated wretches were the people who brought the offering and were offering their prayers to that stock. I confess I was more moved at their stupidity and brutish worship of a hobgoblin than ever I was at anything in my life, and, overcome with rage, I rode up to the hideous idol, and with my sword made a stroke at the bonnet that was on its head, and cut it in 2. And one of our men that was with me, taking hold of the sheepskin that covered it, pulled at it, when, behold, a most hideous outcry ran through the village, and 200 or 300 people came about my ears, so that I was glad to scour for it, for some had bows and arrows, but I resolved from that moment to visit them again. Our caravan rested 3 nights at the town, which was about 4 miles off, in order to provide some horses which they wanted. Several of the horses, having been lamed and jaded with the long march over the last desert, so we had some leisure here to put my design in execution. I communicated it to the Scots merchant, of whose courage I had sufficient testimony. I told him what I had seen, and with what indignation I had since thought that human nature could be so degenerate. I told him if I could get but 4 or 5 men well armed to go with me, I was resolved to go and destroy that vile, abominable idol, and let them see that it had no power to help itself, and consequently could not be an object of worship, or to be prayed to, much less help them that offered sacrifices to it. He at first objected to my plan as useless, seeing that, owing to the gross ignorance of the people, they could not be brought to profit by the lesson I meant to teach them, and added that, from his knowledge of the country and its customs, he feared we should fall into great peril by giving offense to these brutal idol worshippers. This somewhat stayed my purpose, but I was still uneasy all that day to put my project in execution, and that evening, meeting the Scots merchant in our walk about the town, I again called upon him to aid me in it. When he found me resolute, he said that, on further thoughts, he could not but applaud the design, and told me I should not go alone, but he would go with me. But he would go first and bring a stout fellow, one of his countrymen, to go also with us, and one, said he, as famous for his zeal as you can desire anyone to be against such devilish things as these. So we agreed to go, only we three and my manservant, and resolved to put it in execution the following night about midnight, with all possible secrecy. We thought it better to delay it till the next night, because the caravan being to set forward in the morning, we supposed the governor could not pretend to give them any satisfaction upon us when we were out of his power. The Scots merchant, as steady in his resolution for the enterprise as bold in executing, brought me a Tartar's robe or gown of sheepskins, and a bonnet, with a bow and arrows, and had provided the same for himself and his countrymen, that the people, if they saw us, should not determine who we were. All the first night we spent in mixing up some combustible matter with aqua vitae, gunpowder, and such other materials as we could get, and having a good quantity of tar in a little pot. About an hour after night, we set out upon our expedition. We came to the place about 11 o'clock at night, and found that the people had not the least suspicion of danger attending their idol. The night was cloudy, yet the moon gave us light enough to see that the idol stood just in the same posture and place that it did before. The people seemed to be all at their rest, only that in the great hut where we saw the 3 priests, we saw a light, and going up close to the door, we heard people talking as if there were 5 or 6 of them, We concluded, therefore, that if we set wildfire to the idol, those men would come out immediately and run up to the place to rescue it from destruction. And what to do with them we knew not. Once we thought of carrying it away and setting fire to it at a distance, but when we came to handle it, we found it too bulky for our carriage, so we were at a loss again. The second Scotsman was for setting fire to the hut and knocking the creatures that were there on the head when they came out, but I could not join with that. I was against killing them, if it were possible to avoid it. Well then, said the Scots merchant, I will tell you what we will do. We will try to make them prisoners, tie their hands, and make them stand and see their idol destroyed. As it happened, we had twine or pack-thread enough about us, which we used to tie our firelocks together with. So we resolved to attack these people first, and with as little noise as we could. The first thing we did, we knocked at the door. When one of the priests coming to it, we immediately seized upon him, stopped his mouth, and tied his hands behind him, and led him to the idol, where we gagged him that he might not make a noise, tied his feet also together, and left him on the ground. Two of us then waited at the door, expecting that another would come out to see what the matter was. But we waited so long till the third man came back to us, and then nobody coming out. We knocked again gently, and immediately out came two more, and we served them just in the same manner, but were obliged to go all with them, and lay them down by the idol some distance from one another. When, going back, we found two more were come out of the door, and a third stood behind them within the door. We seized the two, and immediately tied them, when the third, stepping back and crying out, my Scots merchant went in after them, and taking out a composition we had made that would only smoke and stink, he set fire to it, and threw it in among them. By that time the other Scotsman and my man, taking charge of the two men already bound, and tied together also by the arm, led them away to the idol, and left them there, to see if their idol would relieve them, making haste back to us. When the fuse we had thrown in had filled the hut with so much smoke that they were almost suffocated, we threw in a small leather bag of another kind, which flamed like a candle, and following it in, we found there were but 4 people who, as we supposed, had been about some of their diabolical sacrifices. They appeared, in short, frightened to death, at least so as to sit trembling and stupid, and not able to speak either for the smoke. We quickly took them from the hut, where the smoke soon drove us out, bound them as we had done the other, and all without any noise. Then we carried them all together to the idol. When we came there, we fell to work with him. First, we daubed him all over, and his robes also, with tar and tallow mixed with brimstone. Then we stopped his eyes and ears and mouth full of gunpowder, and wrapped up a great piece of wildfire in his bonnet. Then sticking all the combustibles we had brought with us upon him, we looked about to see if we could find anything else to help to burn him. When my Scotsman remembered that by the hut, where the men were, there lay a heap of dry forage. Away he and the other Scotsmen ran and fetched their arms full of that. When we had done this, we took all our prisoners and brought them. Having untied their feet and ungagged their mouths, and made them stand up, and set them before their monstrous idol, and then set fire to the whole. We stayed by it a quarter of an hour or thereabouts, till the powder in the eyes and mouth and ears of the idol blew up, and as we could perceive had split altogether, and in a word, till we saw it burned so that it would soon be quite consumed. We then began to think of going away, but the Scotsman said, "No, we must not go, for these poor deluded wretches will all throw themselves into the fire and burn themselves with the idol." So we resolved to stay till the forage has burned down too, and then came away and left them. After the feat was performed, we appeared in the morning among our fellow travelers, exceedingly busy in getting ready for our journey. Nor could any man suppose that we had been anywhere but in our beds. But the affair did not end so. The next day came a great number of the country people to the town gates, and in a most outrageous manner demanded satisfaction of the Russian governor for the insulting their priests and burning their great Kamkaithongu. The people of Nurtsinke were at first in a great consternation, for they said the Tartars were already no less than 30,000 strong. The Russian governor sent out messengers to appease them, assuring them that he knew nothing of it, and that there had not a soul in his garrison been abroad, so that it could not be from anybody there. But if they could let him know who did it, they should be exemplarily punished. They returned haughtily, that all the country reverenced the great Kamkaithongu, who dwelt in the sun, and no mortal would have dared to offer violence to his image, but some Christian miscreant. And they therefore resolved to denounce war against him and all the Russians, who, they said, were miscreants and Christians. The governor, unwilling to make a breach, or to have any cause of war alleged to be given by him, the Tsar having strictly charged him to treat the conquered country with gentleness, gave them all the good words he could. At last he told them there was a caravan gone towards Russia that morning, and perhaps it was some of them who had done them this injury, and that if they would be satisfied with that, he would send after them to inquire into it. This seemed to appease them a little, and accordingly the governor sent after us, and gave us a particular account how the thing was, intimating withal that if any in our caravan had done it, they should make their escape, but that whether we had done it or no, we should make all the haste forward that was possible, and that, in the meantime, he would keep them in play as long as he could. This was very friendly in the governor. However, when it came to the caravan, there was nobody knew anything of the matter, and as for us that were guilty, we were least of all suspected. However, the captain of the caravan for the time took the hint that the governor gave us, and we traveled 2 days and 2 nights without any considerable stop. And then we lay at a village called Plothis, nor did we make any long stop here, but hastened on towards Gerona, another Muscovite colony. and where we expected we should be safe. But upon the second day's march from Plothus, by the clouds of dust behind us at a great distance, it was plain we were pursued. We had entered a vast desert, and had passed by a great lake called Shanks Oser, when we perceived a large body of horse appear on the other side of the lake. To the north, we traveling west, we observed they went away west as we did, but had supposed we would have taken that side of the lake, whereas we very happily took the south side. And in 2 days more they disappeared again, for they, believing we were still before them, pushed on till they came to the Udda, a very great river when it passes farther north. But when we came to it, we found it narrow and fordable. The third day they had either found their mistake, or had intelligence of us, and came pouring in upon us towards dusk. We had, to our great satisfaction, just pitched upon a convenient place for our camp. For as we had just entered upon a desert above 500 miles over, where we had no towns to lodge at, and indeed expected none but the city Gerona, which we had yet 2 days' march to. The desert, however, had some few woods in it on the side, and little rivers, which ran all into the great river Udda. It was in a narrow strait, between little but very thick woods, that we pitched our camp that night, expecting to be attacked before morning, as it was usual for the Mogul Tartars to go about in troops in that desert. So the caravans always fortify themselves every night against them, as against armies of robbers. And it was, therefore, no new thing to be pursued. But we had this night a most advantageous camp, for as we lay between two woods, with a little rivulet running just before our front, we could not be surrounded or attacked any way but in our front or rear. We took care also to make our front as strong as we could by placing our packs, with the camels and horses, all in a line, on the inside of the river, and felling some trees in our rear. In this posture we encamped for the night. But the enemy was upon us before we had finished. They did not come on like thieves, as we expected, but sent 3 messengers to us, to demand the men to be delivered to them that had abused their priests and burned their idol, that they might burn them with fire. And upon this, they said they would go away, and do us no further harm, otherwise they would destroy us all. Our men looked very blank at this message, and began to stare at one another to see who looked with the most guilt in their faces. But nobody was the word nobody did it. The leader of the caravan sent word he was well assured that it was not done by any of our camp, that we were peaceful merchants traveling on our business, that we had done no harm to them or to anyone else, and that, therefore, they must look further for the enemies who had injured them, for we were not the people. So they desired them not to disturb us, for if they did we should defend ourselves. They were far from being satisfied with this for an answer, and a great crowd of them came running down in the morning, by break of day, to our camp, but seeing us so well posted, they durst come no farther than the brook in our front, where they stood in such number as to terrify us very much, Indeed, some spoke of 10,000. Here they stood and looked at us a while, and then, setting up a great howl, let fly a crowd of arrows among us. But we were well enough sheltered under our baggage, and I do not remember that one of us was hurt. Some time after this, we saw them move a little to our right, and expected them on the rear, when a cunning fellow, a Cossack of Gerona, calling to the leader of the caravan, said to him, "I will send all these people away to Cybulca." This was a city 4 or 5 days' journey at least to the right, and rather behind us. So he takes his bow and arrows, and getting on horseback, he rides away from our rear directly, as it were back to Nertsinske. After this, he takes a great circuit about, and comes directly on the army of the Tartars, as if he had been sent express to tell them a long story that the people who had burned the Cam Kaithongu were gone to Cybulca with a caravan of miscreants, as he called them, that is to say, Christians, and that they had resolved to burn the god Scalasar, belonging to the Tunguses. As this fellow was himself a Tartar and perfectly spoke their language, he counterfeited so well that they all believed him, and away they drove in a violent hurry to Cybulca. In less than 3 hours, they were entirely out of our sight, and we never heard any more of them, nor whether they went to Cybulca or no. So we passed away safely on to Gerona, where there was a Russian garrison, and there we rested 5 days. From this city we had a frightful desert, which held us 23 days' march. We furnished ourselves with some tents here, for the better accommodating ourselves in the night, and the leader of the caravan procured 16 wagons of the country for carrying our water or provisions, and these carriages were our defense every night round our little camp, so that had the Tartars appeared, unless they had been very numerous indeed, they would not have been able to hurt us. We may well be supposed to have wanted rest again after this long journey, for in this desert we neither saw house nor tree, and scarce a bush, though we saw abundance of the sable hunters, who are all Tartars of Mogul Tartary, of which this country is a part, and they frequently attack small caravans, but we saw no numbers of them together. After we had passed this desert, we came into a country pretty well inhabited, that is to say, we found towns and castles, settled by the Tsar with garrisons of stationary soldiers, to protect the caravans and defend the country against the Tartars, who would otherwise make it very dangerous traveling, and his Tsarish Majesty has given such strict orders for the well guarding the caravans, that if there are any Tartars heard of in the country, detachments of the garrison are always sent to see the travelers safe from station to station. Thus the governor of Adanskoy, whom I had an opportunity to make a visit to by means of the Scots merchant, who was acquainted with him, offered us a guard of 50 men. If we thought there was any danger to the next station, I thought, long before this, that as we came nearer to Europe, we should find the country better inhabited and the people more civilized, but I found myself mistaken in both. For we had yet the nation of the Tunguses to pass through, where we saw the same tokens of paganism and barbarity as before, only, as they were conquered by the Muscovites, they were not so dangerous. But for rudeness of manners and idolatry, no people in the world ever went beyond them. They are all clothed in skins of beasts, and their houses are built of the same. You know not a man from a woman, neither by the ruggedness of their countenances nor their clothes. And in the winter, when the ground is covered with snow, they live underground in vaults, which have cavities going from one to another. If the Tartars had there Kam Kai Thongu for a whole village or country, these had idols in every hut and every cave. This country, I reckon, was, from the desert I spoke of last, at least 400 miles, half of it being another desert, which took us up 12 days' severe traveling, without house or tree, and we were obliged again to carry our own provisions, as well water as bread. After we were out of this desert and had traveled 2 days, we came to Jainsay, a Muscovite city or station, on the great river Jainsay, which they told us there parted Europe from Asia. All the country between the river Abi and the river Janes is as entirely pagan, and the people as barbarous as the remotest of the Tartars. I also found, which I observed to the Muscovite governors, whom I had an opportunity to converse with, that the poor pagans are not much wiser, or nearer Christianity, for being under the Muscovite government, which they acknowledged was true enough, but that, as they said, was none of their business, that if the Tsar expected to convert his Siberian Tungus or Tartar subjects, it should be done by sending clergymen among them, not soldiers, and they added, with more sincerity than I expected, that it was not so much the concern of their monarch to make the people Christians as to make them subjects. From this river to the Abi, we crossed a wild, uncultivated country, barren of people and good management. Otherwise, it is in itself a pleasant, fruitful, and agreeable country. What inhabitants we found in it are all pagans, except such as are sent among them from Russia. For this is the country I mean on both sides, the river Abi, whither the Muscovite criminals that are not put to death are banished, and from whence it is next to impossible they should ever get away. I have nothing material to say of my particular affairs till I came to Tobolsky, the capital city of Siberia, where I continued some time on the following account. We had now been almost 7 months on our journey, and winter began to come on apace. Whereupon my partner and I called a council about our particular affairs, in which we found it proper, as we were bound for England, to consider how to dispose of ourselves. They told us of sledges and reindeer to carry us over the snow in the winter time, by which means, indeed, the Russians travel more in winter than they can in summer, as in these sledges they are able to run night and day. The snow, being frozen, is one universal covering to nature, by which the hills, vales, rivers, and lakes are all smooth and hard as a stone, and they run upon the surface, without any regard to what is underneath. But I had no occasion to urge a winter journey of this kind. I was bound to England, not to Moscow, and my route lay two ways. Either I must go on as the caravan went, till I came to Jarislaw, and then go off west for Narva and the Gulf of Finland, and so on to Danzig, where I might possibly sell my China cargo to good advantage, or I must leave the caravan at a little town on the Dwina, from whence I had but 6 days by water to Archangel, and from thence might be sure of shipping either to England, Holland, or Hamburg. Now, to go any one of these journeys in the winter would have been preposterous. For as to Danzig, the Baltic would have been frozen up, and I could not get passage. And to go by land in those countries was far less safe than among the Mogul Tartars. Likewise, as to Archangel in October, all the ships would be gone from thence, and even the merchants who dwell there in summer retire south to Moscow in the winter, when the ships are gone, so that I could have nothing but extremity of cold to encounter, with a scarcity of provisions, and must lie in an empty town all the winter. Therefore, upon the whole, I thought it much my better way to let the caravan go, and make provision to winter where I was, at Tobolsky, in Siberia, in the latitude of about 60 degrees, where I was sure of three things to wear out a cold winter with, viz. Plenty of provisions such as the country afforded, a warm house with fuel enough and excellent company. I was now in quite a different climate from my beloved island, where I never felt cold, except when I had my ague. On the contrary, I had much to do to bear any clothes on my back, and never made any fire but without doors, which was necessary for dressing my food. And see, now I had 3 good vests, with large robes or gowns over them, to hang down to the feet and button close to the wrists, and all these lined with furs to make them sufficiently warm. As to a warm house, I must confess I greatly dislike our way in England of making fires in every room of the house in open chimneys, which, when the fire is out, always keeps the air in the room cold as the climate. So I took an apartment in a good house in the town, and ordered a chimney to be built like a furnace, in the center of 6 several rooms, like a stove. The funnel to carry the smoke went up one way, the door to come at the fire went in another, and all the rooms were kept equally warm, but no fire seen, just as they heat baths in England. By this means we had always the same climate in all the rooms, and an equal heat was preserved, and yet we saw no fire, nor were ever incommoded with smoke. The most wonderful thing of all was, that it should be possible to meet with good company here, in a country so barbarous as this one of the most northerly parts of Europe. But this being the country where the state criminals of Muscovy, as I observed before, are all banished, the city was full of Russian noblemen, gentlemen, soldiers, and courtiers. Here was the famous Prince Galitzin, the old German Robistiski, and several other persons of note, and some ladies, by means of my Scotch merchant, whom, nevertheless, I parted with here. I made an acquaintance with several of these gentlemen, and from these, in the long winter nights in which I stayed here, I received several very agreeable visits. Chapter XVI Safe Arrival in England. It was talking one night with a certain prince, one of the banished ministers of state belonging to the Czar, that the discourse of my particular case began. He had been telling me abundance of fine things of the greatness, the magnificence, the dominions, and the absolute power of the Emperor of the Russians. I interrupted him and told him I was a greater and more powerful prince than ever the Tsar was, though my dominion were not so large, or my people so many. The Russian grandee looked a little surprised, and fixing his eyes steadily upon me, began to wonder what I meant. I said his wonder would cease when I had explained myself and told him the story at large of my living in the island, and then how I managed both myself and the people that were under me, just as I have since minuted it down. They were exceedingly taken with the story, and especially the prince, who told me with a sigh that the true greatness of life was to be masters of ourselves, that he would not have exchanged such a state of life as mine to be Czar of Muscovy, and that he found more felicity in the retirement he seemed to be banished to there than ever he found in the highest authority he enjoyed in the court of his master the Czar, that the height of human wisdom was to bring our tempers down to our circumstances, and to make a calm within, under the weight of the greatest storms without. When he came first hither, he said, he used to tear the hair from his head, and the clothes from his back, as others had done before him, but a little time and consideration had made him look into himself, as well as round him to things without, that he found the mind of man, if it was but once brought to reflect upon the state of universal life, and how little this world was concerned in its true felicity, was perfectly capable of making a felicity for itself, fully satisfying to itself, and suitable to its own best ends and desires, with but very little assistance from the world. That being now deprived of all the fancied felicity which he enjoyed in the full exercise of worldly pleasures, he said he was at leisure to look upon the dark side of them, where he found all manner of deformity, and was now convinced that virtue only makes a man truly wise, rich, and great, and preserves him in the way to a superior happiness in a future state. And in this, he said, they were more happy in their banishment than all their enemies were, who had the full possession of all the wealth and power they had left behind them. Nor, sir, says he, do I bring my mind to this politically, from the necessity of my circumstances, which some call miserable. But if I know anything of myself, I would not now go back, though the Czar my master should call me, and reinstate me in all my former grandeur. He spoke this with so much warmth in his temper, so much earnestness and motion of his spirits, that it was evident it was the true sense of his soul. There was no room to doubt his sincerity. I told him I once thought myself a kind of monarch in my old station, of which I had given him an account, but that I thought he was not only a monarch, but a great conqueror, for he that had got a victory over his own exorbitant desires, and the absolute dominion over himself, he whose reason entirely governs his will, is certainly greater than he that conquers a city. I had been here 8 months, and a dark, dreadful winter I thought it. The cold so intense that I could not so much as look abroad without being wrapped in furs, and a kind of mask of fur before my face, with only a hole for breath, and two for sight. The little daylight we had was for 3 months not above 5 hours a day, and 6 at most, only that the snow lying on the ground continually, and the weather being clear, it was never quite dark. Our horses were kept, or rather starved, underground, and as for our servants, whom we hired here to look after ourselves and horses, we had, every now and then, their fingers and toes to thaw and take care of, lest they should mortify and fall off. It is true, within doors we were warm. The houses being close, the walls thick, the windows small, and the glass all double. Our food was chiefly the flesh of deer, dried and cured in the season, bread good enough but baked as biscuits, dried fish of several sorts, and some flesh of mutton, and of buffaloes, which is pretty good meat. All the stores of provisions for the winter are laid up in the summer, and well cured. Our drink was water, mixed with aquavity instead of brandy, and for a treat, mead instead of wine, which however they have very good. The hunters, who venture abroad all weathers, frequently brought us in fine venison, and sometimes bear's flesh, but we did not much care for the last. We had a good stock of tea, with which we treated our friends, and we lived cheerfully and well, all things considered. It was now March, the days grown considerably longer, and the weather at least tolerable. So the other travelers began to prepare sledges to carry them over the snow, and to get things ready to be going, but my measures being fixed. As I have said, for Archangel, and not for Muscovy or the Baltic, I made no motion, knowing very well that the ships from the south do not set out for that part of the world till May or June, and that if I was there by the beginning of August, it would be as soon as any ships would be ready to sail. Therefore I made no haste to be gone, as others did. In a word, I saw a great many people, nay, all the travelers, go away before me. It seems every year they go from thence to Muscovy, for trade, to carry furs, and buy necessaries, which they bring back with them to furnish their shops. Also others went on the same errand to Archangel. In the month of May I began to make all ready to pack up, and as I was doing this, it occurred to me that, seeing all these people were banished by the Tsar to Siberia, and yet when they came there, were left at liberty to go whither they would, why they did not then go away to any part of the world, wherever they thought fit. And I began to examine what should hinder them from making such an attempt. But my wonder was over when I entered upon that subject with the person I have mentioned, who answered me thus: "Consider, first, sir," said he, "the place where we are, and, secondly, the condition we are in, especially the generality of the people who are banished thither. We are surrounded with stronger things than bars or bolts. On the north side, an unnavigable ocean where ship never sailed and boat never swam. Every other way we have above 1,000 miles to pass through the Tsar's own dominion, and by ways utterly impassable, except by the roads made by the government and through the towns garrisoned by his troops. In short, we could neither pass undiscovered by the road, nor subsist any other way, so that it is in vain to attempt it. I was silenced at once, and found that they were in a prison every jot as secure as if they had been locked up in the castle at Moscow. However, it came into my thoughts that I might certainly be made an instrument to procure the escape of this excellent person, and that, whatever hazard I ran, I would certainly try if I could carry him off. Upon this, I took an occasion one evening to tell him my thoughts. I represented to him that it was very easy for me to carry him away, there being no guard over him in the country, and as I was not going to Moscow, but to Archangel, and that I went in the retinue of a caravan, by which I was not obliged to lie in the stationary towns in the desert, but could encamp every night where I would, we might easily pass uninterrupted to Archangel, where I would immediately secure him on board an English ship, and carry him safe along with me. And as to his subsistence and other particulars, it should be my care till he could better supply himself. He heard me very attentively, and looked earnestly on me all the while I spoke. Nay, I could see in his very face that what I said put his spirits into an exceeding ferment. His color frequently changed, his eyes looked red, and his heart fluttered, till it might be even perceived in his countenance. Nor could he immediately answer me when I had done, and, as it were, hesitated what he would say to it. But after he had paused a little, he embraced me and said, "How unhappy are we unguarded creatures as we are, that even our greatest acts of friendship are made snares unto us, and we are made tempters of one another." He then heartily thanked me for my offers of service, but withstood resolutely the arguments I used to urge him to set himself free. He declared, in earnest terms, that he was fully bent on remaining where he was rather than seek to return to his former miserable greatness, as he called it, where the seeds of pride, ambition, avarice, and luxury might revive, take root, and again overwhelm him. "Let me remain, dear sir," he said. "In conclusion, let me remain in this blessed confinement, banished from the crimes of life, rather than purchase a show of freedom at the expense of the liberty of my reason, and at the future happiness which I now have in my view, but should then, I fear, quickly lose sight of, for I am but flesh, a mere man, and have passions and affections as likely to possess and overthrow me as any man. Oh, be not my friend and tempter both together. If I was surprised before, I was quite dumb now, and stood silent, looking at him, and indeed admiring what I saw. The struggle in his soul was so great that, though the weather was extremely cold, it put him into a most violent heat. So I said a word or two, that I would leave him to consider of it, and wait on him again, and then I withdrew to my own apartment. About 2 hours after I heard somebody at or near the door of my room, and I was going to open the door, but he had opened it and come in. "My dear friend," says he, "you had almost overset me, but I am recovered. Do not take it ill that I do not close with your offer. I assure you it is not for want of sense of the kindness of it in you, and I came to make the most sincere acknowledgment of it to you, but I hope I have got the victory over myself. My lord," said I hope you are fully satisfied that you do not resist the call of heaven. "Sir," said he, "if it had been from heaven, the same power would have influenced me to have accepted it, but I hope, and am fully satisfied, that it is from heaven that I decline it, and I have infinite satisfaction in the parting, that you shall leave me an honest man still, though not a free man. I had nothing to do but to acquiesce, and make professions to him of my having no end in it, but a sincere desire to serve him. He embraced me very passionately, and assured me he was sensible of that, and should always acknowledge it. And with that he offered me a very fine present of sables too much, indeed, for me to accept from a man in his circumstances, and I would have avoided them, but he would not be refused. The next morning I sent my servant to his lordship with a small present of tea, and 2 pieces of China damask, and 4 little wedges of Japan gold, which did not all weigh above 6 ounces or thereabouts, but were far short of the value of his sables, which, when I came to England, I found worth near £200. He accepted the tea, and 1 piece of the damask, and 1 of the pieces of gold, which had a fine stamp upon it, of the Japan coinage, which I found he took for the rarity of it, but would not take any more. And he sent word by my servant that he desired to speak with me. When I came to him, he told me I knew what had passed between us, and hoped I would not move him any more in that affair, but that, since I had made such a generous offer to him, he asked me if I had kindness enough to offer the same to another person that he would name to me, in whom he had a great share of concern. In a word, he told me it was his only son, who, though I had not seen him, was in the same condition with himself, and above 200 miles from him, on the other side of the Abbey, but that, if I consented, he would send for him. I made no hesitation, but told him I would do it. I made some ceremony in letting him understand that it was wholly on his account, and that, seeing I could not prevail on him, I would show my respect to him by my concern for his son. He sent the next day for his son, and in about 20 days he came back with the messenger, bringing 6 or 7 horses, loaded with very rich furs, which in the whole amounted to a very great value. His servants brought the horses into the town, but left the young lord at a distance till night, when he came incognito into our apartment, and his father presented him to me, and, in short, we concerted the manner of our traveling, and everything proper for the journey. I had bought a considerable quantity of sables, black fox skins, fine ermines, and such other furs as are very rich in that city, in exchange for some of the goods I had brought from China, in particular for the cloves and nutmegs, of which I sold the greatest part here, and the rest afterwards at Archangel for a much better price than I could have got at London. And my partner, who was sensible of the profit, and whose business, more particularly than mine, was merchandise, was mightily pleased with our stay. On account of the traffic we made here, it was the beginning of June when I left this remote place. We were now reduced to a very small caravan, having only 32 horses and camels in all, which passed for mine, though my new guest was proprietor of 11 of them. It was natural also that I should take more servants with me than I had before. And the young lord passed for my steward. What great man I passed for myself I know not, neither did it concern me to inquire. We had here the worst and the largest desert to pass over that we met with in our whole journey. I call it the worst, because the way was very deep in some places, and very uneven in others. The best we had to say for it was, that we thought we had no troops of Tartars or robbers to fear, as they never came on this side of the river Abi, or at least very seldom. But we found it otherwise. My young lord had a faithful Siberian servant who was perfectly acquainted with the country, and led us by private roads, so that we avoided coming into the principal towns and cities upon the great road, such as Tumen, Solikamoskoy, and several others, because the Muscovite garrisons which are kept there are very curious and strict in their observation upon travelers, and searching lest any of the banished persons of note should make their escape that way into Muscovy. But by this means, as we were kept out of the cities, so our whole journey was a desert, and we were obliged to encamp and lie in our tents, when we might have had very good accommodation in the cities on the way. This the young lord was so sensible of, that he would not allow us to lie abroad when we came to several cities on the way, but lay abroad himself, with his servant, in the woods, and met us always at the appointed places. We had just entered Europe, having passed the river Kama, which in these parts is the boundary between Europe and Asia, and the first city on the European side was called Solikamoskoy, that is, the great city on the river Kama. And here we thought to see some evident alteration in the people, but we were mistaken, for as we had a vast desert to pass, which is near 700 miles long in some places, but not above 200 miles over where we passed it, so, till we came past that horrible place, we found very little difference between that country and Mogul Tartary. The people are mostly pagans, their houses and towns full of idols, and their way of living wholly barbarous, except in the cities and villages near them, where they are Christians, as they call themselves, of the Greek Church, but have their religion mingled with so many relics of superstition, that it is scarce to be known in some places from mere sorcery and witchcraft. In passing this forest, after all our dangers were, to our imagination, escaped, I thought indeed we must have been plundered and robbed, and perhaps murdered by a troop of thieves. Of what country they were I am yet at a loss to know, but they were all on horseback, carried bows and arrows, and were at first about 45 in number. They came so near to us as to be within 2 musket shot, and asking no questions, surrounded us with their horses, and looked very earnestly upon us twice. At length they placed themselves just in our way, upon which we drew up in a little line before our camels, being not above 16 men in all. Thus drawn up, we halted, and sent out the Siberian servant who attended his lord, to see who they were. His master was the more willing to let him go, because he was not a little apprehensive that they were a Siberian troop sent out after him. The man came up near them with a flag of truce, and called to them, but though he spoke several of their languages, or dialects of languages rather, he could not understand a word they said. However, after some signs to him not to come near them at his peril, the fellow came back no wiser than he went, only that by their dress, he said, he believed them to be some Tartars of Kalmuck, or of the Circassian hordes, and that there must be more of them upon the great desert. Though he never heard that any of them were seen so far north before, this was small comfort to us. However, we had no remedy. There was on our left hand, at about 1/4 of a mile distance, a little grove and very near the road. I immediately resolved we should advance to those trees and fortify ourselves as well as we could there. For, first, I considered that the trees would in a great measure cover us from their arrows, and, in the next place, they could not come to charge us in a body. It was, indeed, my old Portuguese pilot who proposed it, and who had this excellency attending him, that he was always readiest and most apt to direct and encourage us in cases of the most danger. We advanced immediately, with what speed we could, and gained that little wood, the Tartars or thieves, for we knew not what to call them, keeping their stand, and not attempting to hinder us. When we came thither, we found, to our great satisfaction, that it was a swampy piece of ground, and on the one side a very great spring of water, which, running out in a little brook, was a little farther joined by another of the like size, and was, in short, the source of a considerable river, called afterwards the Wurtzka. The trees which grew about this spring were not above 200, but very large, and stood pretty thick, so that as soon as we got in, we saw ourselves perfectly safe from the enemy unless they attacked us on foot. While we stayed here waiting the motion of the enemy some hours, without perceiving that they made any movement, our Portuguese, with some help, cut several arms of trees half off, and laid them hanging across from one tree to another, and in a manner fenced us in. About 2 hours before night they came down directly upon us, and though we had not perceived it, we found they had been joined by some more, so that they were near 80 horse, whereof, however, we fancied some were women. They came on till they were within half shot of our little wood, when we fired one musket without ball. and called to them in the Russian tongue to know what they wanted, and bade them keep off. But they came on with a double fury up to the woodside, not imagining we were so barricaded that they could not easily break in. Our old pilot was our captain as well as our engineer, and desired us not to fire upon them till they came within pistol shot, that we might be sure to kill, and that when we did fire, we should be sure to take good aim. We bade him give the word of command, which he delayed so long that they were some of them within 2 pikes' length of us when we let fly. We aimed so true that we killed 14 of them, and wounded several others, as also several of their horses. For we had all of us loaded our pieces with 2 or 3 bullets apiece at least. They were terribly surprised with our fire, and retreated immediately about 100 rods from us, in which time we loaded our pieces again, and seeing them keep that distance, we sallied out and caught 4 or 5 of their horses, whose riders we supposed were killed, and coming up to the dead, we judged they were Tartars, but knew not how they came to make an excursion such an unusual length. About an hour after they again made a motion to attack us, and rode round our little wood to see where they might break in, but finding us always ready to face them, they went off again. And we resolved not to stir for that night. We slept little, but spent the most part of the night in strengthening our situation, and barricading the entrances into the wood, and keeping a strict watch. We waited for daylight, and when it came, it gave us a very unwelcome discovery indeed, for the enemy, who we thought were discouraged with the reception they met with, were now greatly increased, and had set up 11 or 12 huts or tents, as if they were resolved to besiege us. And this little camp they had pitched upon the open plain, about 3/4 of a mile from us. I confess I now gave myself over for lost, and all that I had. The loss of my effects did not lie so near me, though very considerable, as the thoughts of falling into the hands of such barbarians at the latter end of my journey, after so many difficulties and hazards as I had gone through, and even in sight of our port, where we expected safety and deliverance. As to my partner, he was raging, and declared that to lose his goods would be his ruin, and that he would rather die than be starved, and he was for fighting to the last drop. The young lord, a most gallant youth, was for fighting to the last also, and my old pilot was of opinion that we were able to resist them all in the situation we were then in. Thus we spent the day in debates of what we should do. But towards evening, we found that the number of our enemies still increased, and we did not know, but by the morning they might still be a greater number. So I began to inquire of those people we had brought from Tobolski if there were no private ways by which we might avoid them in the night, and perhaps retreat to some town, or get help to guard us over the desert. The young lord's Siberian servant told us if we designed to avoid them, and not fight, he would engage to carry us off in the night, to a way that went north towards the river Petras, by which he made no question but we might get away, and the Tartars never discover it, But he said, his lord had told him he would not retreat, but would rather choose to fight. I told him he mistook his lord, for that he was too wise a man to love fighting for the sake of it, that I knew he was brave enough by what he had showed already, but that he knew better than to desire 17 or 18 men to fight 500, unless an unavoidable necessity forced them to it, and that if he thought it possible for us to escape in the night, we had nothing else to do but to attempt it. He answered, if his lordship gave him such orders, he would lose his life if he did not perform it. We soon brought his lord to give that order, though privately, and we immediately prepared for putting it in practice. And first, as soon as it began to be dark, we kindled a fire in our little camp, which we kept burning, and prepared so as to make it burn all night, that the Tartars might conclude we were still there. But as soon as it was dark, and we could see the stars, for our guide would not stir before, having all our horses and camels ready loaded, we followed our new guide, who I soon found steered himself by the North Star, the country being level for a long way. After we had traveled 2 hours very hard, it began to be lighter still, not that it was dark all night. But the moon began to rise, so that, in short, it was rather lighter than we wished it to be. But by 6 o'clock the next morning we had got above 30 miles, having almost spoiled our horses. Here we found a Russian village named Kermazinskoye, where we rested and heard nothing of the Kalmuk Tartars that day. About 2 hours before night we set out again, and traveled till 8 the next morning, though not quite so hard as before, and about 7 o'clock we passed a little river, called Kurtsa, and came to a good large town inhabited by Russians, called Ozamis. There we heard that several troops of Kalmucks had been abroad upon the desert, but that we were now completely out of danger of them, which was to our great satisfaction. Here we were obliged to get some fresh horses, and having need enough of rest, we stayed 5 days. And my partner and I agreed to give the honest Siberian, who conducted us thither, the value of 10 pistoles. In 5 days more we came to Vyusima, upon the river Witsagda, and running into the Dwina. We were there, very happily, near the end of our travels by land, that river being navigable in 7 days' passage to Archangel. From hence we came to Loromskoy the 3rd of July, and providing ourselves with 2 luggage boats and a barge for our own convenience, we embarked the 7th, and arrived all safe at Archangel the 18th, having been a year, 5 months, and 3 days on the journey, including our stay of about 8 months at Tobolsky. We were obliged to stay at this place 6 weeks for the arrival of the ships, and must have tarried longer, had not a hamburger come in above a month sooner than any of the English ships, when, after some consideration that the city of Hamburg might happen to be as good a market for our goods as London, we all took freight with him. And having put our goods on board, it was most natural for me to put my steward on board to take care of them. by which means my young lord had a sufficient opportunity to conceal himself, never coming on shore again all the time we stayed there. And this he did that he might not be seen in the city, where some of the Moscow merchants would certainly have seen and discovered him. We then set sail from Archangel the 20th of August, the same year, and after no extraordinary bad voyage, arrived safe in the Elbe the 18th of September. Here my partner and I found a very good sale for our goods, as well those of China as the sables, and Sea of Siberia, and dividing the produce, my share amounted to 34.75 pounds, 17s 3D, including about 600 pounds worth of diamonds, which I purchased at Bengal. Here the young lord took his leave of us, and went up the Elbe in order to go to the court of Vienna, where he resolved to seek protection and could correspond with those of his father's friends who were left alive. He did not part without testimonials of gratitude for the service I had done him and for my kindness to the prince, his father. To conclude, having stayed near 4 months in Hamburg, I came from thence by land to The Hague, where I embarked in the packet, and arrived in London the 10th of January 1705, having been absent from England 10 years and 9 months. And here, resolving to harass myself no more, I am preparing for a longer journey than all these. Having lived 72 years a life of infinite variety, and learned sufficiently to know the value of retirement and the blessing of ending our days in peace.